I'm thinking about these new foods that will be relevant for our diet. Have you ever thought about putting in place the food wheel? Because children learn this when they are small, they are at school, then they teach their parents and they try to buy the ingredients. They are influenced with or by what they learn at school. Have you ever thought about that, to put in place these diets at school and to tell them the best food to eat? Yes, the app has this purpose. It has all the information, has all the literacy, the foods, the recipes, everything. But it's a working process. We will always have to update the app. We didn't thought really about that, but 3 years ago, the app was not so disseminated, but now it is. We have to adapt ourselves to the circumstances, of course. Any other question? Good morning. My name is Alexandre Gonçalves. I am working at the collaborative lab in Bragança in the north. We also participate in 3 primer projects. This year I am coordinating the first one. I would like to speak in broader terms about our participation in the projects, to say also that we as collaborative lab, we have less experience. We started in 2019, but one of the strategies that was successful in terms of leveraging a consortia was the use of our local points. I didn't met Maria before. I met her a while ago when she was introduced. She was by my side. The contact points are very important because when in our experience, it is really important to have a well-balanced consortium. We had projects which are very balanced as opposed to the European ones. We have people from Northern Africa, Middle East, and it was very valuable to us. And we also noticed in 2021 and again in 2022, we are fighting and we are waiting for the first phase, and social and human sciences became more and more important. And at least, as far as I'm concerned, sometimes we don't have those contacts. The issue of Mediterranean diet, we have the social and cultural aspects, but we don't have all the contacts. And we have had some difficulties here because we have young people with less contacts, and this structure at the Prima project help us a lot. And secondly, Professor Elena said a while ago that we have a program assessed in 2 phases. This is helpful because in the first phase we will do a script, and then at the second stage we will postpone the critical decisions, but then we will be able to leave to the second phase the key performance indicators. I think this could work very well because it will reduce the workload during the first phase. Thank you for your intervention and to tell us about practical things. You are right, really. Let me tell you that I also like processes in 2 phases, but to change practices is not as easy. Not only practices, regulations. We have a number of regulations that really prevent us to have willingness to change. This sharing the most important things in applications, namely in the competitive ones, it's very important. Not only exchange ideas of scientific content, but also the practical experience of the balance of partners. the issues of application, dissemination, and you said something important. Today, more and more, we have to consider in science that science is not monolithic in terms of scientific area. Namely, in these primary areas, we have a conjugation of several different scientific areas. We have several examples: chemistry, medicine, social behavior, to design apps, agriculture. So we have a number of scientific fields that intervene jointly for us to be able to meet a goal in the project. So we are about finishing. Thank you very much, everyone, especially my panel companions. I hope that this discussion we had has been of interest to you. Thank you.
Todos e depois é que há o debate.
Exato.
Não há perguntas no meio.
10 minutos, não há perguntas no meio.
Sim.
Guardá-las, acho que é melhor, até porque pode haver perguntas em
15
comum.
minutos. Eu vou usar os 5 minutos do
Pode usar.
dos estudos em mates.
Acho que sim.
Eu não sei
Pode
se eu
sim,
sou meio
senhora.
descontrolada, portanto pode-me chamar a atenção. Distrai-me,
Acho que tempo não vai ser o nosso problema.
Temos 1h30.
Temos 1h30, portanto.
E perguntas da atenção?
Não há, já vos não tens. Se por acaso era bom ver.
Alguém tinha que estar a indicar.
Sim, para alguém estar no YouTube fazer as perguntas.
Olha, estou cheia de calor.
Pois, exato, por isso era bom ver esse.
Vai falar de
Não podes comentar.
Eles agora é só começar a sessão mesmo quando nós dermos hora. Agora não vai dar.
Ah, não, já aponta, já aponta.
Temos todos. Maria João. Antes que fujamos.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start this session. Welcome to all attending the session personally or remotely. Thank you for your attendance and participation, because only like this we will have a more interesting debate. We are here to discuss something that is quite real in our lives. We are here to speak about water, an essential resource for our future, and also to speak how education and communication of science and the several projects have a relevant role to encourage this debate in society. We are speaking about pollution, we are speaking about scarcity, consumption habits. So this covers a lot of themes. In this session, initially, we had as moderator Pedro Russo, director of Ciência Viva, but he cannot be with us, unfortunately, so I will be your moderator, so to say. My name is Sofia Lourenço. I am in charge of the device department of the Knowledge Pavilion. I am not an expert on water. I do exhibitions. But one of our most recent projects, one communication and science projects, focus this water subject and the access to water. To those who have never had the opportunity before, We have here the module of our project named Water, an exhibition without filter. So whoever wants to see and watch it, you are welcome. It's outside. It's just a small sample of what you can watch in the Pavilion of Knowledge. Before introducing the speakers, I would like to only give you a quick overview about the exhibition. One of the issues we will have to take into account when we organize exhibitions is the story we want to tell. It's like reading a book or watching a movie. We have to have a good narrative in order to involve people from the beginning till the end. And in an exhibition, it happens the same. The purpose is for the person to speak about the exhibition at home, for the messages to be remembered. The story we tell in this exhibition is our story because water is very close to us. It's something that has a real impact in our lives. So we will find our present and our future in the exhibition, our presence with access to water and how our future will be. The story starts with the present time, the story that everyone knows, but there is also another present time. It's the present time of most of the inhabitants of this globe. So we can hear the testimonies on how these people live on a daily basis for them to have access to water. We are really to understand and be surprised how creativity will lead to engineering sessions, things that people do to get water. And we are able to bring a device, to put it in a walking track, and to challenge the visitor to walk with this water phase. So what we do is to really live the experience. We don't know the future. The future is not clear. It will depend on every one of us. So we want to show two future dimensions, two possibilities, one with water and another one without water, and what each visitor can do to reach the future with water. What is important in this communication project? To involve visitors. We don't want a visitor to come and only read subtitles. The aim is for them to have a role. It's a changing or transformation agent. It's a participant to the project. The aim is for the participants to be part of the problem. Water focuses a lot on the problem side, but if people don't see a solution, there is no hope, there is no future. So the purpose is for the participant to be part of the solution, creating a future with water. This subject is very dear to us. I have been speaking in the plural form because this exhibition was prepared by researchers, by scientists, by research centers involved since the beginning, since the first idea, the first drawing, realization of contents, and definition of the best approaches. Some of these researchers and the research centers that were part of the scientific committee are here with us today. So I would like to welcome our speakers. We have with us Maria João and also Leonor Amaral and also Carla Gomes, for them to give us different perspectives and speak about the potential of this subject, and not to only focus this project, on the contrary, because we are here together with you to also speak about other projects or other solutions, and the projects are never too much to encourage public debate regarding this subject. So I will now welcome our panel of speakers. Welcome. I would like to ask everyone to introduce yourselves and to tell us what do you do on your daily basis, what is your work, and how it is related with this subject. The floor is with Maria João.
Todos, é com muito gosto.
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Maria João Rosa, and I'm the lead researcher at the Civil Engineering Lab. I'm responsible for the Sanitary Engineering Research Center. So we're studying all the phases, all the within the cycle of treating water, all the quality-related aspects of water treatment. We've had my organization has had the pleasure to be associated with the scientific commission of the referred exhibition through Helena Alegre, who is our lead for the hydraulic department. And I think you're very well represented. We often speak about water scarcity, but the quality and safety of water are equally important and part of public health and quality of life. So Maria João, will you be focusing on this? Each of the speakers will have 10 minutes for their presentation. Is this what you'll be focusing on? I will try to offer a perspective of what water urban services are, because we don't often understand them or value them. I will also raise some challenges. And I will mainly speak about how in the water cycle we can be more efficient and deal with scarcity and new contaminants, which is an emerging concern. Thank you. Leonor? Good afternoon. I apologize. My voice is still not totally well, but I'm now better. So I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Leonor Amaral. I teach at the Faculty of Science and Technology of Universidade Nova de Lisboa, Department of Science and Environmental Engineering. I work for the Center of Sustainability. I was pleased and honored and delighted to belong to the scientific commission associated to this exhibition, Water, an Exhibition Without Filter, because indeed I have an MA and a PhD in sanitary engineering. My paths have often crossed with those of Maria João. So we are often ahead and we think in similar terms. So many of the generations of sanitary engineers who are related to the urban cycle of water have somehow met me during their training, during their professional development. So I'm very happy and proud about it. So I think that our current professionals, our former students, speak volumes about the quality of the training we've been developing and offering. I will speak about, probably there will be many common points with Maria João. I don't think we should be put in the same session, perhaps. So I belong to water treatment and water waste. So obviously our presentations will somehow be similar, but I hope that there will also be some differences and differentiations. I will also raise some challenges, and we will try to answer and mobilize our younger generations to take on those challenges, and to also take on the commitments that Sophia mentioned, not only as citizens but also as professionals in developing a more sustainable society. I think it's wonderful that your paths have crossed and been complementary. Carla, good afternoon. What would you like to tell us about your work and the presentation you'll be sharing with us today? Thank you. Good afternoon. I work for the Social Sciences Institute. I work in my daily life with a team of social team who work on sustainability, environment, namely Professor Luisa Schmidt. Many of you will know her name and her work. She was connected to this exhibition. And this is one of the institutions that was invited to offer their perspectives, information, and the perspective of what be important to be communicated given the current challenges related to water, climate change, and sustainability, and our very permanence on this planet. My path has been somehow variable. My background is in journalism, communication, and because I've always worked closely with environment topics, especially climate change, so I ended up in the academia, working on several issues such as renewable energies mitigation, and then finally I ended up in ICE. I've mostly worked in projects related to adjusting to climate change, coastal areas, for example. This is when I started collaborating with Professor Schmidt's team. We've also been working very closely with the key local actors, with municipalities, and engaging all the stakeholders locally and regionally, especially in implementing strategies and adaptation plans. So I'm just coming from the Algarve, where me and Professor Schmidt were trying to create that kind of engagement. So I will offer you that adaptation perspective. Specifically, in the past 2 years, we're somehow halfway in a project where Maria João Rosa is also involved. Be Water Smart. This is a project financed by the European Union from 2020 to 2022. We're focusing on governance and policies in partnership with the Civil Engineering Lab in several areas of the project. So I will also be sharing an overview of the studies and analysis we've been undertaking, and proposals and contributions we'll be making as a result. Thank you. You've had a long path, certainly with many experiences to share. And now we had a fourth speaker who, due to an unforeseen commitment, José Saldanha Matos, will not be here today. So I will straight away give the floor to Maria João Rosa.
Thank you. Can you hear me well if I speak like this? Well, again, good afternoon. I am going to speak about urban water systems and intergenerational responsibility. As I said a while ago, this work was prepared by myself and by Mrs. Alegre, in charge of sanitary energy. In Portugal, for you to have an idea of what urban water systems are, they give 3 turns to the water, and the collectors of wastewater give more than 1.5 laps. When we open a tap, the water comes out, and we can use it in the amount we wish at any time and in a safe way. We flush And the idea, we don't think about it again. We pay the bill. We just pay the bill. And if I ask you, how much do you pay a month for the services, not only water, but also wastewater and waste, because our bill brings everything? Do you have any idea on how much in euro do you pay per person per month? I do, said someone in the audience. Can you give me a figure? 10 euro per person a month. And water? Do you have any idea? The amount you pay. The total amount of your invoice. It's easier per person because you may have several people in your household. Maybe during the debate we will interact a little bit more to give a figure to this. My point was to say we pay the bill and then we complain that it is expensive. I don't know if you agree or not. Sometimes I'm surprised people realize, but mostly people don't realize. When we risk a figure, we give a higher figure. But this conversation has to do with water and climate change. We all know that water is at the center of the political agenda. The objectives, the Sustainable Development Goal, the goal number 6 is at the center and is related with all the others. And in fact, these development goals aim to improve public policies, including water services. And for what? For us to have a better world with more equity between people and between generations, more circularity in the economy, more health, more security, and more prepared to climate change. If we want a sustainable thing, we have to think about time. Where are we going to be in 2050? This is a question we always raise. And why? Because we have the infrastructures, we have inherited them like this. Some of them are in a good shape, others not so much. We are going to use them in our time frame, and then we'll have to give it to the next generation. It's not disposable. They have to be intergenerational. So we have to ensure that we leave a legacy, a good legacy. So what will be the challenges of the water services? We know that to be entitled to water has to be safeguarded. We are under the pressure of climate change. We have sustainable development goals. We have to have economic efficiency, nature-based solutions. We have to promote circular economy. We have to work the nexus, water and energy, and we have contaminants. In view of all these challenges, we aim our systems to supply good quality water for everyone, always, not in other regions of the world where they only have water, some hours a day. They have to be secure and safe. We have very challenging specifications, and to approach them, we have to change paradigm. We start with the stations of wastewater. We have to change this formulation and to think that they are installations of facilities to recover resources. Another aspect is to think that water is always water, that has different quality, and we have to avoid wastewater because it's not a good word, and sewage, it's not a good word either. And in the water factories in Lisbon, as they call it, we can recover water from sludge. We can recover energy and biosolids, and phosphorus, a limiting element for food in the world. several initiatives at global level. I bring one from the International Water Society showing circular flows to water for us to understand that we can use raining water and we can reuse gray water for different purposes in agriculture, aquaculture, in industry. We can also use direct spring water, the water we dispose of in our toilets, we can transform in consumption water. We have to decrease water loss, reduce water consumption, and do decentralized treatment and processing. This is water: spring water, non-spring water, gray water, and raining water. Everything is water. And associated to water, we have other pathways, particularly energy and materials that cross very closely with water. Not everything is quantity. Quality is also important. The European directive is under revision, and for the best estimates we have, say that there is a need to invest significantly in the increase of the treatment so that contaminants are addressed. Contaminants such as endocrine regulators, pharmaceutical components, microplastics, but also biological bacteria resistant to antibiotics, and the genes of microbial resistance. So we have 130 to 200,000 million euros necessary to invest in this sector, in this industry by 2040. Reuse of water is therefore the main slide of the water circular economy. It is practiced in many regions of the world. Development goals establishes until 2030. In Namibia, uses spring water since 1968, almost my age. In California, the same. In Israel, 40% of the water from farming water is recycled water, and for 2 years they had attained 20% of the produced water. It is used essentially for what? To farming, irrigation, industrial use, green areas irrigation, for urban non-spring purposes, for recreational purposes, but essentially for these three things: farming, irrigation, green zones irrigation, and industrial irrigation. National use is directly related to water scarcity. Scarcity is really the first driver for use. If you look to this graph, it's an old graph, it's dated 2006, relates the development of reuse with the water stress. When we have water exploitation index tell us that in this extreme severe scarcity, we have Israel, Malta, Canarian Island, Cyprus, Belgium, and Portugal. We still had a moderate water stress. Globally, in the European Union, 2 years ago, they used to use 1,100 million a year. The goal is to multiply by 6 this figure by 2030 or 2025. There is a cost that doesn't reach 50 cents per cubic meters. We have had 10% and more, and we don't exceed 4,000 million cubic meters a year. I said a while ago that we were a little bit below the graph, but this was prepared in 2006. The outcomes of this assessment that dated end of last year give us a different picture. If you look to the water basins in Portugal, in the European Union, you understand we have many dark colors. The Mira Basin is already with extreme scarcity, and we have several with severe and high scarcity levels. This year was the worst drought year in Portugal, more than in 2004, 2005. We have those who manage water knows that here rains as much or more than in England, but we have abundant reserves, but we have a very variable climate. We have very asymmetric demographic characteristics and also many economic activities with this profile, 75% agricultural, 25% urban. So we have irregularity with availability in the territory across time, and many regions undergo scarcity, water scarcity. We have classified in international studies with high risk of water stress in 2040. We have to work a lot. We cannot wait that then suddenly everything is solved. Distribution. We understand that our rectangular is occupied along the coast. We have here the population, treated wastewater, and we have to bring closer the users to where they produce. In terms of reuse, we have a legal framework which is quite advanced. We have a decree law that dates before the European regulation that established licensing of water for reuse. We have minimum quality requirements, a state-of-the-art approach with equivalent barriers, risk management, everything okay. Last year we published a diploma that was very important because it brought or considered or clarified that it was part of the mission of the multi-municipality themes, the production of water for use in addition to drainage and treatment. At the end of last year, the fourth generation of the quality assessment system included a new indicator to produce water for use that has reference ranges that are in accordance with the level of scarcity of water that people feel in the area of influence. It can vary since there is no need to use anything or to reuse until 30%. What do you do to reuse? Our treatment stations, they must have a secondary treatment unit to comply with the regulations. The most simple treatment to reuse is a sun filtration and then disinfection to correct the microbiology content. This is the treatment of the most simple ones, but we may produce with the quality we need. We see trains. This is a secondary effluent, the one that would go then. Do I have to finish? Says the speaker. For the sun filters, we have membranes, ozone, several combinations that give us ultra pure water, spring water, whatever we want. So since I have to accelerate, what do I want to share with you? Particularly since 2005, there are more consistent studies of plans of reuse of water in the Algarve. For obvious reasons, tourism and golf are consume water, and since they have extreme or severe drought seasons, they have a seasonality with positive effect. There is more treated water during dry time. Everything tends to the reuse of water or reused water in the Gulf area. Also in Lisbon, there are many users that can use this water. The Lisbon City Council with Hydra and the water of Atlantic water in our project Be a Water Smart, as mentioned by Carla. We also have a living lab for water in the city that has several goals, and since I don't have time, I will skip it, but the aim is to retest or reuse water. We already drink this water at the Pavilion of Knowledge, of course, and we have support tools to the intelligent or smart allocation of water for non-drinkable water. We have certificates of climate readiness in order for us to increase water efficiency and the nexus of water energy in housing. At LENEC, we approach these research areas, how to manage these infrastructures, water energy, treatment, reuse, effectiveness, and efficiency. If I have time, I can mention or approach this more in detail. Resilience, advanced treatment system, membranes, without membranes, several things. Maybe I will not speak about this. We will continue. We still have a hope during the debate. In addition, well, there are measures within water efficiency. There is a ranking order. First, I have to use less, then reuse, and then to withdraw salt from the water. Just to tell you, in Spain has the biggest farms in Europe, and Portugal has the first ones in the world since 1980. So this is very good. Some disadvantages also, energy and environmental sustainability, which are being addressed. Now, I will leave you with some messages to discuss during the debate. First message, to preserve water, use less and capture less, to make it, we should decrease water demand. We should avoid water loss, diversification of origins, such as reuse and desalination to recover resources, water and phosphorus, circular economy to improve the control of these contaminants with improved current barriers to minimize undue inefficiencies, to plan, and at long run, many objectives, and we should work with nature and with people, and Carla will help us with this. We have to think ahead, we have to think transversally and quite often. And with this, I leave you with a question: which value do we give to the water services? Where shall we be in 2050? Do we want to have resilient systems or to just save in our water bill? This is our team, and I don't resist to invite you to visit our exhibition. Thank you.
João, muito obrigada por esta apresentação. Eu acho que foi aqui
Thank you so much, Maria João. Your speech was so interesting. A true world that has opened. So some of this has been represented in the exhibition. I think this is what people need to listen to, not just a pessimistic message. Things are complicated, but there are many people, many researchers, many resources allocated to finding solutions. So thank you so much. I think we might come back to those themes when we will have the debate later on. And now let's hand the floor over to Leonor. Thank you. There's always a risk when you're the second speaker, and we hadn't planned exactly what each of us was going to focus on. Well, there are many aspects which you will say, oh, I think I've heard this before today. I've prepared a small presentation with the intention of contextualizing the exhibition with the topic of communication and dissemination. How can we regarding pedagogy, commitment, engage the public. A future with a watermark. I think it's a very interesting title. My first appeal, I think I'm starting the way Maria João has ended. If you haven't visited it, it's a very worthy exhibition for every generation, like Tintin from 7 to 70, because it will certainly give you a different perspective on daily issues, on simple actions such as opening the tap. When in so many countries, after installing a fountain in a public square, nobody would touch the tap. A colleague of mine told me, I was really surprised. And so the thing is that these people had never seen water. Some people had no idea how this mechanism works. So when the tap opened, there was an overwhelming joy. So what for us is something we take for granted is not for many people on this planet. So I'd like to start by showing you the first figure on the catalog. The gesture of having running water, for us, it's trivial and taken for granted. But for millions of people, more than 2,000 million people, is an impossible wish. So the exhibition, as Sophia spoke about before, focused on remembering people that water is a scarce good, that we need to ensure a future where water will be available to all. And this is the background appeal of the exhibition. So people are challenged to commit. What can you do for a better management, a more efficient one of water? Internationally, it's quite frightening to think that 2 in 5 people have no access to safe water. We can add further information. They also have no water to sanitary infrastructure. And what this represents in terms of gender equality, where the most disadvantaged population in having access to education are women. So women and children are often in charge of transporting water. Almost 3/4 of the population in developing countries don't even have infrastructure to wash their hands. We all know from what we hear in the last 2 years, we often forget, but wash hands, a message we've been constantly remembered. People have no means to wash their hands in these countries. Many people, we have such a range of problems associated with lack of water, lack of access to safe water. So children in these countries are 20 times more likely to die from causes related to water causes than to war causes. We are obviously very scared of war, but how is it possible that something which is not war is not solved? How come does the international community is not mobilized towards this fight, towards this cause, to prevent this water-related child mortality? In order to eradicate poverty, water and sanitation are absolutely crucial. And the World Bank itself in 2016 stated that the promotion of hygiene is the cheapest, the most economical intervention health-wise. Access to safe water and sanitation are absolutely basic and can save lives and can save health costs as well. Access to water and basic sanitation are a human and universal right. Without water and sanitation, there will be no fair societies. The world population is increasing, and the goal, the Sustainable Development number 6, is related to many other of the other goals. If we look historically, let's see the growth, the truly exponential growth in water use. So water is not an unlimited resource, is rather a finite resource. Therefore, we need to curb this uncontrolled growth. So whenever we use water, we should find ways to use it differently. Besides all this, there are other aspects which make the situation worse. For example, the fact that most of the population live in urban areas. So we know that people in Portugal tend to live on the coast, and this is, but in every continent, we know that urban areas have the most population, which puts pressure on these urban areas and puts pressure on resources. So it makes the water scarcity issue even more pressing. So world population is growing in an uncontrolled way. So we have data for every country. And there are countries which have been growing in their population at an alarming rate. We should think about seriously about, and this is the work we've been focusing on, the cycle, the urban cycle of water. The urban cycle of water has to do with the sources, the treatment, the way the water is caught, drainage, and treatment. In Portugal, we should say it, and rather proudly, we have some positive numbers and indicators in terms of provision. So provision rates of 96%, and the consumption per capita is of 189 liters per day. I'll ask this question, but you don't have to say, but it gives us an indication, and we should internalize this, how privileged we are when we think that domestic consumption should be, in average, should be 120. If we start calculating during a certain, how much per capita is it in fact. So I invite you to do that exercise, because I can give you an idea that you will be all doing a faster shower. We will be more careful about open taps. It's very easy to forget. It has to do with the price of water. We're not paying truly for water. We're not paying truly for its price. And there's also another absurd question. The fact that we're using a safe water that babies can drink to transport waste. For example, to transport waste in the toilet. This is a true nonsense. It's a water that was treated, which carried out some costs, so it doesn't make any sense. Regarding sanitation, numbers are not as good, but they're still pretty good. Drainage networks 85%, treatment 84%, and the appropriate mud stacking 100%. Just to give you an idea, in terms of sanitation, Portugal in Europe, this is from the Environment European Agency. This is Portugal, where you can see the arrow. Portugal is very well positioned. These are achievements from the last 40 years. When I graduated, there were no treatment stations. Nowadays, we have a multitude of them. So when we think about, so what can we do now regarding the urban cycle of water? If by chance somebody says we should pay more for water, I should not, it's difficult to accept. But if they tell us, let's pay for sanitation, but I don't need it. So we're not truly aware of the resource that sanitation might be. It's always easier to invest in provision than in sanitation. So we should think we are facing scarcity, we're facing climate change, which compromise due to extreme situations of flood, drought, as we've had this year, situations, the imbalance in temperature. So all these situations with the deterioration from a quality, not just quantity point of view. So all this has to be framed within the climate change context. This has very serious repercussions on water availability. Forgive my opinion, I think that amongst all natural resources, water is the one whereupon the impact on climate change is felt the most. And this is where, and it's also the resource where the impact will be mostly felt. We are privileged and we're used to opening taps and not really thinking about it. We know that there is air pollution, we think back, we are affected by pollution, and so we think about it, but we've never felt the problem of water scarcity because it's always there. So there's also an issue of energetic efficiency. The water treatment stations are one of the biggest consumers of water. So operations of related to that, also recovering resources, transforming stations of water treatment in resource recovering stations. In biorefineries, this is in the sense that we are recovering biological products. We are putting biology at our service. And even producing energy such as methane gas, which might be converted in thermal and electric energy. We're also facing legislation issues, emerging compost. So the big challenge is to transforming the urban cycle of water and the traditional mindset associated to it, and shifting to circular management of water. We need to place the R mnemonics helping us. I would also dare to add another R, one of these R's. This is often not used, but we should start using in a strong way. Refusing. The R from refusing. Refusing certain practices, certain uses, practices which damage the resource and the environment. So when we talk about the urban cycle of water, oftentimes we talk about circular economy. We see things associated to waste. And I must admit that it rather upsets me. There's nothing as circular as water. The urban cycle of water has all the scope to perform this type of paradigm of the circular economy. We have the technology, treatment, distribution, uses, collecting, reutilization, recycling. So fortunately, today is the International Recycling Day. Let me highlight that the treatment of water waste, we need to increase the percentage of reuse, for example, for farming purposes. And we have more and more experiences regarding this, even in Portugal, for example, in different types of crops. We might also recharge the source. We might also use the subproducts of the urban cycle of water in the face of treatment, use it in the reusing process. There have been several experiences with published articles using, for example, mud from water treatment stations to produce ceramic materials such as bricks and small construction. Also experiences to remove certain types of compost. So there is a new potential besides resource recovering in treatment stations. All this allows more relationships with living beings and relationships with the soil. So I just would like to tell you that many of the SDGs are already connected with water reuse. The main challenges include the reduction of water waste. We will have the opportunity to mention it. Let me just share this with you. I think this is an interesting example in France. Since 2015, all commercial buildings are obliged to have green roofs or roofs with solar panels. So, for example, this is the Cordon Bleu cooking school, which has a garden where they use the products which are grown in the school itself. So I think this is a charming example. And there are also 4 beehives and a hotel for insects. In Singapore, in addition, they are reutilizing at a 30% rate, and they will increase this in the future. All this is part of the water exhibition. Let's see the opportunities to improve resilience, improve sustainability and innovation. All this including the SDGs, environmentally, and the pillars of sustainability for water is at the center, at the very heart. I'd like to conclude with some humor, art and engineering at the service of environment and water in what might be the way you use rainwater. Thank you.
Eu acho que esta mensagem de que realmente
This message that the water is a right, but not a right for everyone. We have water, but not everyone has water. We have water, sewage, but this is not a reality to everyone. We should be attentive and aware. Carla, now the floor is yours. Hello again. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I will only be a commentator of social sciences about the colleagues' presentations and to also comment the issue of equity, access to water, sewage. But I was listening to you and thinking, how can we solve some little things, and how can we create this new water culture? Because this is what we have undertaken as a challenge. But I will start with giving you a framework and the background of my presentation. Sophia, please control my time. I went from a master's degree to adaptation projects. There is an issue important to speak about here. For this sensitization about the value of water, about equity, about climate change, the health of planet and the people, it's very important to have a perspective. I was paying attention to these key concepts that Maria Joana presented. Chris, think across, think ahead. There is a great challenge to think ahead if we think about the comfort we have, but also the challenges and the difficulties we will face at medium-long term. Then the time scale. I can have a privileged position in society. Maybe I'm not considered part of a social vulnerable group. Certainly, in a given time in life, I can try to have a more comprehensive perspective and to understand that what is given to me is not for most of the population thinking according to universal human rights. Maybe I have more rights than other people. This would raise a philosophical debate. Just to tell you that one thing that was fundamental for me to gain perspective was that I was working in an European context, and I started to work in adaptation in Portugal. Then, when I was studying PhD, I wanted to work in Africa, so I went to the international education. I considered that that was important for my basic education as a human being. And in fact, that helped me to have a good perspective about this so important issue for us to understand that water, when water comes out of the tap, is not something that always happens. And in fact, I had this experience to spend some time with families that didn't have a toilet or brick walls. Well, but they had many other things. The daily organization is different. People go and get water from a well if it's close to their house and if they have resources to collect the necessary water. So I could see those challenges every day. I was in Mozambique, in a rural area. They do family farming. They have their small farms, and therefore, for instance, the issue of washing the laundry. People didn't wash the laundry with the well water. It was strange because obviously people went to the riverside to wash their clothes, and the river was not far away. In an area where I was, these people were privileged because they were living 1 hour away from the river on foot. Not to tell you about the risks of the river itself, in addition to the pollution, but this would be a different issue, and I don't want to lose myself in my speech. This is the reality of most of people there. But today we undertake, and I don't like to think about these things in a stigma way. It's a different reality, but we take it for granted that universal access to quality water is a right, is a basic right, but by coincidence was only contained in the international law in 2010, and the right to sewage, which is the second level, only recognized in the law in 2015. When the Sustainable Development Goals were approved, we have never had so many challenges as before, given the impact of climate change, the perspective of having over the next decades an increase in the number of droughts, duration of droughts, less water availability, temperature increase. It also increases our needs for water. The heat waves, everything has challenges for public health, requiring us to use energy and water differently, affecting the most vulnerable social groups, people with health problems who are older or have less housing conditions. We also have to consider this in social sciences in terms of energy efficiency and water efficiency. So in terms of rights, it's something we have recently established, and we have never had so many challenges as we have today regarding the universal water use. One of the reasons why we have to have this goal, this reference, is the huge impact that quality water availability has at the level of public health. Every day we have many deaths due to diseases related to contaminated water. The water in Mozambique, as you can imagine, don't have the same quality as water in Portugal. We have a very good quality water in Portugal, but it is still a very recent conquest. But we have lost memory, and this is key for us to create a new water culture. Since we have a short memory and we lose memory when we leave drought situations, or we lose memory of our parents or grandparents who used to live in houses without drinking water. How can we work this in communication and education? This is one of the issues we could discuss. On the other hand, there is a long-term vision, and then to have this perspective that what we have is a recent conquest, and it is, I don't know if I can tell, it is a privilege. Maybe you don't agree, but it is a scarce, a rare good, and it is not, cannot be taken for granted. Although we are not aware, we have to be subject to the natural cycles. And what happened during recent times, mainly over the last 30 years, when the water services were more developed in Portugal? On the one hand, the consumptions are, Portugal has the highest water consumption per capita in the world, even more than in other European countries. And this has to do with the issue of memory and the contact with the resource. This dissociation between our consumption habits, not only of resources themselves, and also consumption of food, habits regarding acquisition of clothes, housing. And we didn't incorporate yet the water footprint. We incorporated the carbon footprint, not yet. So it's really a long process. One of the key issues for me is that we really consider the way that our decisions have in the consumption of water, because there is the invisibility thing. We don't see the sewage. It doesn't care. It's not important. When they request us to pay more, we question. Yesterday, I was commenting with my colleagues about the demonstrations that in Ireland took place years ago, because Ireland doesn't charge water supply, and the proposal was to start charging the water supply, because water for them is free. The difference between what is a right or a natural resource that happens naturally, and what is a service that requires a cost and investment, is also a challenge we have to work with. I have exceeded 10 minutes. I'm just raising questions for the debate. Thank you. It is surprising that every day we have to face draft news, severe draft news and images. And however, we are one of the countries that spends more water in Europe. As you said, we must reflect this, and to open a discussion period. We still have 25 minutes. So now I'm going to ask your participation. I don't know if there is anyone willing to raise any question. I think I see someone raising the hand. Maybe there is a question over there. Thank you for the opportunity. If you allow me, I am an amateur, so to say. I will dare to add something. As you said, I am a sociologist, by the way. That's why I have this difficulty. When you said that Portugal is one of the countries with the highest consumption per capita, we know that we lose a lot of water. It's not just the people's behavior. I would like to leave this note for discussion. I am also drawing the attention that this may be the fault of the state or of the bodies that manage this resource. Yes, I was writing that I had a note to speak about the water losses, but then I didn't have time. In addition to water scarcity, we have this loss of water. The literacy levels about water in general are really very low, and this is reflected at several levels. And one is the notion that on the one hand, we lose water because we use drinkable water for non-drinkable purposes. And then we don't have an idea of the losses and why. Most people don't realize, but it's very important that we can explain why what is a necessary investment to rehabilitate networks, why they are in the condition they are. In Portugal, we have a persistent problem. We still have very huge loss rates, losses in the supply of water varies a lot. But we have in many municipalities, we are with 40% loss of water in some municipalities. The national average, I think it's 40%. It is a concern that we also have to work with. It's part of literacy to have water as a natural resource and not just like a service. I understand what you say. When we think about behavior, our society doesn't waste water so much. In countries with rain is plenty, people can use more or spend more water. That's why it makes sense to reuse water. The more I use water, that's why reuse is the most resilient measure for climate change, because I generate wastewater, and if it is treated, it will be used for different purposes, and I can do a water intelligent management overcoming this problem, not to increase water scarcity and to continue to supply water and to meet all the needs. Regarding losses, Portugal, we are very asymmetric as in everything else. We have the best and the worst, because we have Lisbon, for instance. It is an outstanding city. We have very low loss levels, below 2 digits, 10%. It's the best, because below we don't know if it's losses. Maybe it's water for firemen or for other purposes, because we are unable to measure everything. So we have the best rates. And then we have regions in the country with old systems that have higher losses. So it would be interesting if people could realize, while a car, I use it during my lifetime. The water systems will have to be left to my children because they will not be able to rebuild them. As I showed you a while ago, Portugal is so small. Can you imagine the millions of euros that are invested? We have to always refurbish the systems, starting with those who are losing more water. The Algarve is going to have a regional initiative to use the funds from the resilience program to tackle the losses. And then sometimes there are too much water coming in the drainage system. Sometimes it doesn't rain, but then it rains too much, and the water is not infiltrated. Most water will go into wastewater and will reach the stations, the treatment stations. We have to avoid this. We have to use green covers because they are really good to retain water at the origin, makes those stations with more constant influences in order for them to be kept optimized. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. I'd like to raise 2 points for discussion, maybe. One of them has to do with international comparisons. I think that it's even more pertinent in this water context, and especially recently, I think it's important to understand the situation and the context locally instead of comparing what's happening in other European countries and in other continents. I think it's important to understand what's the water use in Portugal, how is it used, and how can we change in order to better preserve water. The next point, besides talking about international development, we've also focused a lot on, well, I studied this area. I think we're lacking a very important reflection. International development has the tendency, the studies on international development, they think on one type of development where some countries are more developed and some are less developed. I think this is a terrible mistake, and we need to think of so-called less developed country as countries that have a different type of development and that might have a big chance of using that fact in order to develop themselves differently, which obviously would not involve having water scarcity, having access to sanitation, safe water, etc. But in terms of development, I think they should have the chance of not creating systems of extreme water use, which we consider normal. And this is a big part of the problem. Thank you.
Obrigada. Não sei se alguma das oradoras.
Thank you. I'm not sure if any of the speakers would like to highlight. I'm not sure if I understood everything you raised, so I apologize if I not answer exactly what you asked. Well, whether we want you or not, we live in a global world, and there are many things we know, and fortunately there might be mistakes that we will not make because others have made them and we've learned from their experiences. So one thing we need to differentiate is an economic model of development, which obviously should not consider a sole unique model and the types of society associated to them. I think that our focus in all the presentations, what we have stressed is that it's a universal right, the right to basic needs in whichever society, whichever models are adapted or adopted, or whichever choices are made in terms of lifestyle, which have not to do with an intensive use of water. It has to do with an urban cycle of water, what we need to guarantee hygiene, health, diet, which from this point of view makes perfect sense to look at what's done in other practice, to look at those practices from countries like Malaysia or other countries. For example, all the roading in order to channel water, to capturate water in areas which are excessively urbanized, so to contribute to a better quality of life. It has nothing to do with an economic issue. I think it makes perfect sense. We're not defending an economic model of intensive water consumption. What we have done was to give a perspective of focusing on equity, dignity for all the world population, whether in Portugal or anywhere else. All countries are diverse, even in Portugal. As we have mentioned, Lisbon, in terms of provision, is completely different from the rest of the country. And there is a lot of technical and scientific experience exchange with other countries which have come to Lisbon to be aware of what's done. I'd also like to share something with the previous person. So there is not only a problem regarding water waste, there is also a waste from drainage and the drainage system. As crazy as it may sound, but with very high volumes of water, many of the water treatment stations receive a high amount of water, but due to the bad state of conservation, these bad conducts of drainage, I know water treatment stations that when the tide is high, 50% of the amount of water that goes into the station is seawater or river water. So this is not only harmful, it's also harmful in terms of the treatment. But if we say, let's have this repaired, so when we try to rehabilitate a drainage network is a lot more difficult and requires extreme energy, and we need to demonstrate how much we're paying for treating water in order to do those improvements. I think I understand. We should not say, let me try to put it this way, water consumption per capita should go up, and there will be a moment when it will try to go down, because people will not be drinking the same water. Yes, they will, but the water that will be captured in its source will not be the same. We will be using less and less new fresh water. We'll be using more and more recycled water. So if we still use the water in our toilets, which will then go to a river, as long as we still do this, so what will be happening is to be a wider source of water, a wider range of water sources. I also understood it in the same way. I usually say there is one water, but one size does not fit all. Solution water is one, but solutions need to be tailored with the given differences. Within Europe, Portugal is different from Ireland, for example. There are places where taps don't need to be closed. So, for example, in Switzerland, the water we have at home is almost mineral thermal water. So each country has their specificities. Regarding Africa or other countries from the less developed world, so that we try to establish a parallelism, besides the development models, which I believe should not be the same as in Europe, everybody's been thinking of different solutions. For example, the investment in semi-centralized systems, not building large networks like what was done before in Europe, but rather to bring the treatment close to its use, invest as much as possible in natural solutions where temperatures are quite nice. So, for example, natural systems of lagoons, and which are very important for biodiversity. So rather than investing in centralized system with an intensive use of energy. But we mustn't forget that Africa is also very, very diverse. We have large cities, and we have to do something about that. I could mention Singapore, which reuses, but I prefer to mention Namibia, because where drinking water has been recycled for 50 years. So we use technology where it's necessary. I think investments that are now being planned are now taking these facts into account. Less energy, more nature. Thank you very much. We have one question. Can you please take the microphone?
Olá, boa tarde. Eu queria fazer.
Good afternoon. I would like to ask this question. For you, is it safer to drink water from the tap or to drink bottled water? And also, because of this, when we're drinking water from the tap, water comes with hormones, other substances that might be damaging for health. That's my question. Okay, I can go for it. Well, it depends on the network, and it depends on the bottle and how to manage it, because you're talking about hormones in running water, bottled water. If you have the water in a bottle and if you place it under the sun, the products that might migrate from the bottle are so deregulating from an endocrine point of view, then any possible residual concentrations in running water. I can tell you that water for human consumption is one of the most controlled products worldwide, much more than bottled water. But it is a system. So water that comes from water stations, it doesn't mean that it doesn't change. Some parameters might change. And the inside buildings, the management of systems is also crucial. As you know, when we clean our bathrooms, we might see how easy biofilms are created. So that's why all systems are created in such a way where disinfection is always present. So unlike in Northern Europe, we use other systems. So water for human consumption, as far as I know, and I've been following it, they are not a true concern. but they might be in discharges from water treatment stations, much more than in its sources. There are different factors. I'm not going to add much more, but I agree. It's one of the most controlled things in Portugal. I live in Lisbon. I'd like to tell you, I drink water from the tap, and I have a lot of confidence in this type of water, and I have no concerns whatsoever. I don't make any point in drinking bottled water, as I completely trust running water from the tap. Yes, I can also share with you that most of the water I drink is not from Lisbon, it's from Palmela, where I often work. But running water, I don't even think twice. I trust in it completely. But obviously, if I go to another country, another context, I would think twice. I've been in situations where I wasn't able to drink tap water. But we do live in a privileged situation, which might be difficult to keep. I'd like to comment regarding the exhibition, how such an exhibition, no filter, how it contributes to raising awareness regarding these issues, concepts of scarcity, long-term vision. I'd like to say that I thought it was very important, a more experimental vision, for example, the pedestrian crossing in a simplified way, but the pedestrian crossing allows us to have a more direct awareness of how difficult it is to fetch water. Also, the management of water in dwellings, making people reflecting on what water they can use. Does it make sense to connect their sinks to washing machines? I think that these approaches haven't been used, and we should, in fact, think what is important in terms of communication and literacy for water. Also, some ideas that we need to demystify. I think they're still quite present. The idea that 70% of the planet is taken by water, and we always have the same. So how do we have shortage of water if we always have the same water? So we might simply desalinate it. So it's important to debunk these myths and offer a perspective on the real amount of water available to us, and which might be used in a viable way for human consumption. So I didn't make this comment before about the exhibition. I'd like to invite everybody to visit it. Yes, and despite the fact that we have more children into it, it's an exhibition open and relevant for all. Unfortunately, we've reached our time limit. I think water is a very interesting topic that could make us stay here for a very long time. I'd like to thank the panel of speakers. They made some excellent contributions, and I wish there will be new opportunities to raise new questions about such an important problematic. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. Vamos começar então com esta sessão sobre mais um.
Good afternoon. This session was organized within the scope of the sub-network of food and water from UNIMED. And we have several speakers, and the first speaker is online.
This session, which is inspired by the thematic of Prima, because there was another session in the morning on the Prima program, and we thought it would be relevant to make a session inspired and organized by the sub-network on food and water we have from UNIMED, or we are managing from UNIMED. So we organized it, and we asked the executive director of UNIMED, who sits in Rome and presently is in Barcelona, I believe, in transit or traveling to Barcelona. And the topic of our session, it's the role or the importance of networks in response to the challenges of Prima. So we are going to talk about networks, and UNIMED is a very strong and long-lasting network, which it's worth considering when we deal with Mediterranean issues. So Marcelo Scalisi, I'm very pleased to see you. I don't know if you can see us, but we can see you now on the screen. It's very nice to see you again, and he's going to talk to us about the Mediterranean adventure. And now the floor is yours, Marcelo. I think you have a presentation. I don't know if you can put it online or if it is... Go on, Marcelo, the floor is yours.
I don't know if you hear me, but I don't hear you.
Oh, we hear you very well.
I don't hear you, but I understand that you hear me, if I'm correct.
Yeah. So
okay.
You can go on, Marcelo.
Okay, thank you very much. I understood that you already are showing my presentation. Muito obrigado por a invitação. I'm Marcelo Scalisi, the director of UNIMED. I'm so sorry that I am not able to join you in Lisbon for this event, but as Teresa probably said, I'm in Barcelona at the moment to attend the UNESCO Web conference that will start tomorrow. This big event on higher education and with many players from worldwide, from this global dimension of internationalization. I give you a very brief presentation of our network, and as has been described in the title, this extraordinary adventure in the Mediterranean region. UNIMED is a network of universities. At the moment, we have 144 universities from 23 countries of both shore of the Mediterranean. We have with us universities from all southern Mediterranean countries, from Morocco to Syria, the European Mediterranean countries, and the University of Évora is one of our Portuguese partners. We have also University of Trás-Monte de Douro. And then we have also, obviously, the other European Mediterranean countries like Spain, France, Italy, Greece, Cyprus. We have some participation from Western Balkan, from Albania and Kosovo. Then some universities from the Gulf and newcomer, which are universities from Iraq and from the Kurdistan region of Iraq. We started, as I said, in 1991, 30 years ago. At that time was a small group of universities, and then during the years, thanks to our project, to our activities, we grew. And now we have, as I can show you in the next slide, we have around 40 projects financed by, most of them by European Commission. The main goal of UNIMED is to promote cooperation among universities in the Mediterranean region. The idea is to create the condition for cooperation at all levels, the economic, cultural, and social, for the social cohesion of the area. As I said, we have 144 members, 23 countries involved. We have 15 memorandum of understanding with important international institutions. I'll show you in a moment some of them. Around 39 projects, as I mentioned, most of them financed by European Commission in the framework of Euro-Mediterranean projects and a team of 19 people, most of them based in Rome, in Italy, in our headquarters, but not only, that work to improve the networking dimension and obviously to manage our projects. These are some of our institutional partnerships. The idea is to have not only a memorandum of understanding, but also a clear work plan year per year with these institutions, with the main idea to invite our universities to open the door to other actors of the society. As you can see, we have with us the Union for the Mediterranean, which is an important intergovernmental agency, the Annalyn Foundation, which have the main role to promote the cooperation among civil society organizations, Alphanar Media, which is a magazine online to support higher education in the Arab world. I don't have to mention to you FIO, but also other players like European Training Foundation, which is an agency of the European Commission, and FMSH, la Fondation Maison des Sciences de l'Homme, which is based in Paris. Other important cooperation that we have, I would like to mention in particular Réseau Mens, which is a French network of universities which is dedicated to support the inclusion of refugees and migrants in the French education system, which this topic of refugees is one of the main important topics for a network like UNIMED. The International Association of Universities, which is an important network of universities under the umbrella of UNESCO, the Association of Arab Universities, and one of the recent agreements that we have is with an important student organization, which is ESN, Erasmus Student Network, and I will explain later what we are trying to do with them. Talking again about refugees, as I mentioned, refugees and migrants, we have an important collaboration with UNHCR. We are part of the global task force of UNHCR for complementary pathways. Again, with the idea how to support university to include more and more refugees in university life, IOM, obviously for migration, l'Agence Universitaire de la Francophonie, and the European University Association. The main area where we try to act, we try to support our members, in particular coming from South Med, are these three areas. Autonomy, first of all. There is a lack, still now, there is a lack of autonomy of the education system in southern Mediterranean countries. And we try to support our members in not only in terms of capacity to manage their own universities, but also to push the ministry to give them more autonomy as much as possible. Regional integration, this is another important challenge for the region, for Mediterranean region. Southern Mediterranean countries prefer to dialogue directly with the European Union, the European Commission, or with European countries. There is still a lack of cooperation among them. And this is extremely important to improve, for instance, the South-South mobility, which at the moment doesn't exist. And the other important priority for us is to invite universities to play a more political role, to act with social responsibility in their own local, national environment, which is, again, with the lack of autonomy that exists, is another important challenge for the region. Obviously, we have some priority areas. Again, as I already mentioned, autonomy, learning innovation, and this was launched also before the impact of COVID in our education system, and now is obviously more important than before. How to support research and innovation in Mediterranean universities. As I mentioned, the social responsibility of our leadership in higher education. And last but not least, the role of universities in crisis situation. We have important countries where still there is a lot of problem in terms of political stability. And the Mediterranean region, in comparison when we started in 1991, is even more complicated than before. We have several crises, the Libyan crisis, the Syrian crisis, potentially speaking, the Lebanese one, but there are also many other situations in the Mediterranean region with a lot of tension. And in this perspective, we think that universities can play an important role and have to play an important role. Some years ago, we decided to open the door to a second level of network, which we call sub-networks. And we launched several sub-networks related to important common priorities. I don't have to mention the importance of food and water, but also climate change, but also journalism. And another important issue is mobility and intercultural dialogue, which remain in the Mediterranean region, still remain an important priority. We invited our members to join these sub-networks to have, why not only webinars among us, but with the idea to exchange information, practices, and why not to make proposals in front of our international player. The current situation of all these sub-networks is the following. As you can see, there are some of our sub-networks where we have a huge community of researchers that work with us. And at the moment, if we consider all the sub-networks, we have 400 researchers, more or less, that are part of a sort of UNIMED family. This is a big Mediterranean family of scientists that is discussing with us. And you are surely familiar at the University of Évora in particular with the sub-network on food and water, which is coordinated by the University of Évora, and my colleague Marta Laranjo will explain in the coming speech. Once we talk about projects, I have to, before to go into detail, I have to say that we, as a network, we work in three main areas. First of all, UNIMED is an independent network. We are financed and supported by our members. It's extremely important to mention that every member pays an annual fee, which is not so expensive, but the University of Tunis pays the same amount of money of University of Sapienza or Paris or Évora. This is important for the independence of the network, but also to maintain a balance among members. Consider this, first of all, we deliver services to our members. Our role is to help our members to internationalize more and more their activity, thinking that internationalization is a tool to enhance the quality of our education system and the quality of research. The second main area is fundraising. We do obviously fundraising not only for looking for budget, which is obviously, as you can know, is very important, but also because projects are the concrete idea to work together, to do something in common, to try to solve common priorities. The third main area is advocacy. We try to invite international institutions to pay more attention to our region, to the Mediterranean region, to the mobility of researchers in this region, mobility of students, and to join projects, and so on. And to do that, we organize several events year per year, and I will explain in a moment. Once we talk about projects, these are, in some way, the topics that we try to cover with our projects, at the moment financed to UNIMED. In some projects, we act as coordinator, in some other as partner, but our role, first of all, is to create the consortium, to create the partnership, to help, again, our members to work together. I give you some example. Obviously, I don't go in detail of every project, but just to give you an idea, governance, I already mentioned, is one of the most important priority for us. These are projects that we are managing in the region at the moment, in particular in Algeria, in Kurdistan, in Iraq. We already did an important project in governance in Tunisia with all the public Tunisian universities all together. Again, to talk about governance is not only how to manage more efficiently some university, but it's also an idea of democracy of university system. And you know, if you are familiar with Southern Mediterranean University, that in some cases the lack of autonomy is the main obstacle for the enhancement of quality. Another priority that I already mentioned several times is refugees. To include refugees in our university system is not only for doing projects, but it's a matter of value, is our value. Refugees is not something that belong to others. To be refugees could be something also related to ourselves, looking at, for instance, what is happening now in Europe. And I think that it's extremely important that university must be able to answer to this important priority. And these are projects where we try, both sides of the Mediterranean, in Southern Mediterranean countries, but also in European side, to support our members and not only to give an answer to this important issue. We do also projects on curricula development, how to support the reform of curricula in several domains. Obviously, it depends by capacity of our members and by the interest of our members. And I want to mention the FOSAMED project, which is led by the University of Évora, and to support Moroccan universities in food courses. And again, other projects on curricular development. Just to mention a project on journalism in Libya in a post-conflict, hopefully, situation. I go very, very fast with these few slides. Obviously, we try to support also research. The idea is to improve the capacity of Southern Mediterranean universities to manage research projects. We have also our e-learning dimension, where we try to share with our members and partners open education resources that through and thanks to our projects we try to realize, and we offer to our members and not only to the wide community to use it. This is a report that we wrote for the Union for Mediterranean, where we did a sort of analysis of the internationalization of universities in 10 Southern Mediterranean countries. It was the first time that a regional analysis has been done with every single country, with a focus on every single country, but also with a regional overview. And thanks to this report, we understood how important is the Erasmus Plus program for Southern Mediterranean universities, and in particular, the mobility of students. This is another paper that we realized during the COVID-19, the first analysis of the impact of COVID-19. Is extremely important to mention that what's happened in 2020 related to the e-learning dimension in all our university system was extremely difficult in Southern Mediterranean, where e-learning surely was not a tool already ready for the university system. This is another analysis, just to give you an idea that thanks to our members, thanks to our contact with the university in our countries, we are able to try to understand, and we try to understand at least the situation about the university, where they are, what they need, what we can do from them. And this is a very interesting report that we did about the Libyan universities, because we understood during the conflict that the Libyan universities, independently by the political situation, the instability, the conflict, were open. And they offered to the students a space of dialogue, a space in some way of autonomy, independency, a safe space where to stay. Now we are one of the most financed organizations in terms of capacity building in Libya, and I think that we could consider this a very success story. Obviously, there are a lot of things to be solved, and it's not Libya still on track, but I hope soon that the situation will be stable enough to give the university the opportunity to part of this Euro-Mediterranean family. These are some events where we are participating. This is the last slide. I'm here to attend the UNESCO WEC conference in Barcelona, and next month we will have the General Assembly in Amman, University of Jordan. Every year we move from one university to another, and I hope that our Portuguese members and not only are able to join us. Then we will have the UNIMED Week in Brussels. When I mentioned about the advocacy, this is something that we try to organize every year to try to push European Commission to pay more attention to Mediterranean cooperation, and we invite our members to join and to dialogue with the European Commission. And this year, for the first time, we will have a UNIMED students event jointly with the Erasmus Student Network. And this will be an event where we invite students, both sides of the Mediterranean, to design the future of university, which university they want to support the Euro-Mediterranean generation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will stay with you until the end of the session.
Thanks a lot, Marcelo, for this presentation of UNIMED. Can you hear us?
Muito obrigada.
I don't think he can hear us. Okay. We can hear you very well. We could hear you very well. We go on with the program. So now we will have Marta Laranjo. While I switch to, sorry, Marcelo, I will switch to Portuguese.
I apologize, Marcelo. I'm switching to Portuguese. Marta is from Metz, from University of Évora, and she's the coordinator of the sub-network Food and Water from UNIMED. Thank you, Marta. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your presence. In the morning, we heard a lot about PRIMA, and I will talk about how collaborative networks such as the Food and Water UNIMED network might help us in applying for programs such as PRIMA and others, and the examples we've already achieved. As Teresa mentioned, I come from the Mediterranean Institute for Agriculture, Environment and Development. Some of our objectives are listed, but what I would like to highlight is that this institute, which is a recent one, even though it comes from as a continuity from the previous institution founded in 1991, such as UNIMED, and has as its context the Mediterranean, which was always present in our genesis. It's also one of the anchoring areas of Évora University. And notwithstanding the fact that Portugal is not technically a Mediterranean country because of its diets and culture, all this context, all the Mediterranean dimension is very present in our research center and in our university. They are both a challenge and a commitment. As Teresa also mentioned, recently, UNIMED, together with two other research institutes, came together to create a new social lab, Change, the Institute for Global Changes and Sustainability, centered in the Mediterranean area. The main objective is to become the go-to hub, the main contact point where people, stakeholders in society can ask for help in developing, evaluating innovative and improved public policies by influencing public policies with a real impact on global change and sustainability of ecosystems. What is the UNIMED sub-network? Marcello mentioned UNIMED. I'm not sure if you've noticed, it includes about 40 members. It's a smaller network, and the aim is to support the economic cohesion in the different partners of the Euro-Mediterranean region and to promote local sustainable development at all levels, especially regarding R&D in a perspective of transnational and interregional cooperation, and also trans and multidisciplinary. We include 40 members from 15 countries. In Portugal, the only two universities are the Évora and the Trás-os-Montes universities, which will be represented by the last speaker of our session. They are part of this network of food and water precisely because these are two cross-cutting topics to the Mediterranean which deeply concern us. The main objectives include the cooperation for the application for international competitions, such as the PRIMA project, for example. This morning we had some presentations of some approved projects within PRIMA. We might see other projects in the realm of this project, and we will be able to better understand how these collaborative networks. A colleague this morning mentioned that one of the approved PRIMA projects came from another collaborative network cost. All collaborative networks might contribute for us to have successful applications and to further collaborate. Other objectives include a set of initiatives which will allow us to exchange information in terms of studies, analysis, promoting joint research, and the interdialogue cultural, which is crucial for us to come closer, especially after the pandemic. It's very important to be able to meet again face to face. Also, to engage and promote international events, webinars, and face-to-face conferences. It's also important to highlight, especially because last week we had a colleague from Morocco who was able to join us for a week at Évora University. So these mobility programs for researchers, professors, students amongst the different Mediterranean countries are absolutely crucial. Some of the activities that we have developed, which was coordinated by the Évora University and was launched at the end of 2017, included at the end of the pandemic some webinars. We're still doing them. The next one will be on the 30th of this month, 2:30 Portuguese time. I'd like to take the opportunity to invite you, and it will focus on improvement of Mediterranean food systems towards food waste valorization. This event will be included and disseminated within the Green Week of the EU and will be considered a partner event. Another way we have found for disseminating purposes was to create a newsletter. The first one has already been released. The second one will still be published. We will have it once a year, but this frequency might be biannual. We're still studying how we can better have an engaging newsletter. And I would like now to briefly introduce some of the projects supported by PRIMA. One of them is Sustain Olive. This is the website. This is the homepage of their website. This is a Section 1 PRIMA project on the topic of farming systems. It was financed in the 2018 call and focuses on the importance of the olive grove and the olive grove systems in the Mediterranean basin. The main goal is to improve the sustainability of the olive oil sector through the implementation of several management solutions. This project intends to contribute to SDG 12 of consumption and production in a sustainable and responsible way. It's coordinated by the University of Jaén. At Évora, our project, José Muñoz is the coordinator, is in charge of this active collaboration. Another project, Prima project, is rescheduled. We're also participating in it. And here is the link and the homepage. It's coordinated by the Crete University. The objective is somehow different. Section 2, not Section 1, financed in 2020. It expects to have a strong impact of the adaptation of the Mediterranean smallholder farms to climate change and variability. It includes a perspective on soil restoration, which we heard a lot about in the in the morning session, which relates to the priorities of the European Commission. We heard a great deal about the importance of soil, which had been underestimated so far. So this project aims to minimize the adverse effects of using soils. As I mentioned, this Work Package 4 is coordinated by our colleague Teresa Pinto Correia. Finally, this is the project Marcelo spoke about before. It's not a Prima project, but it's a UNIMED project coordinated by the Évora University, FOSAMED. Here is the link and the homepage. It's an Erasmus project intended to, and here is the consortium with Moroccan partnerships, University of Barcelona in Spain. The goal is to create an MA on food safety, contributing to these 3 SDGs, 2, 4, and 12. The goal here is to develop a new curriculum, but also to build capacity in teachers on food safety, while also promoting a more inclusive education. And here are some of the objective actions besides the master program. We will develop a MOOC on food safety in the Mediterranean, available for all the community, not just Moroccans and the academia, but all the target public, all the agro-farming industry, mainly in Morocco, but for the general Mediterranean region. At the end of the project, and in order to ensure its sustainability, to build an international multi-stakeholder collaborative and educational network on food safety. To conclude, I'd like to show you the people who besides me are directly involved. Teresa, Gottlieb, and Sonia. These are the people who have made it happen in terms of coordinating the projects and implementing them. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Marta.
Thank you, Marta. Now we will pass on the floor to the next speaker, and I hope that at the end we will have time for discussion. We will hear about education networks from the higher education institutions related to Mediterranean diet. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being outside. Here I am to speak about the role of a different work, the network of the Portuguese higher education universities to safeguard the Mediterranean diet. And I'm here to speak about the relation of this network and the activities they do with the PRIMA program. As I said before in the room, we didn't have yet the privilege to have an approved PRIMA fund, but we still believe, or someone has believed, that we should be here presenting this. We have been speaking a lot about the Mediterranean region, and someone spoke about the Mediterranean diet already. But I am here to remember you that despite the meaning of a diet word is related to food restriction and maybe it has a negative weight, the term, the word diet comes from the diet of ancient Greek, that means lifestyle. It's a lifestyle, the concept of Mediterranean diet, a lifestyle that is common in the Mediterranean countries and also common to Portugal, given cultural and geographical reasons, although we are not inside the Mediterranean basin. Professor Ribeiro and all the scholars used to say that Mediterranean is where the olive tree arrives, and olive trees are even available or cultivated in the north of Portugal. That's why Portugal is a Mediterranean country. This common lifestyle common to the Mediterranean countries and Portugal is a lifestyle based on knowledge, technologies, traditions, symbols, and celebrations that are common, with specificities, of course, but common, is based on food consumption of certain products cultivated in these soils and environment. The same meat, the same fish, vegetables are the same, produced traditionally, and the processing of food in this region and the cooking practices are common. The consumption of food is really shared around a table, and the time when this food sharing takes place is socially relevant. It's key for the cohesion of the family, the communities, and also to the identity of the communities. Celebrations, religious celebrations or not, landscape, architecture, arts and crafts, and the products of our daily lives are traditionally very similar and are based on common characteristics. And these common characteristics anchor themselves in the respect for diversity, cultural and ecological diversity, a respect for hospitality and good neighbor behavior, promoting an intercultural dialogue and also creativity that can be brought to modernity and can be launched into the future successfully. I apologize for the lack of formatting. FAO classified Mediterranean diet as a sustainable lifestyle and at the same time identified it as a lifestyle at risk and gave as reason the global mondialization and the mass production of food. And also, UNESCO in 2013 classified Mediterranean diet, listed it in its heritage list as a result of one first list in dated 2010 where Portugal was not present, but now in the new list Portugal is included. and Tavira city is the city elected, but the inscription or the registration is Portugal. This was really recognized by FAO and by UNESCO. So what is so important and why I am here with this talk? Because this concept allows us to preserve and promote food produced locally, regionally, and the consumption of regional and local products in the right season, giving us an association that promotes a healthy lifestyle, because those who produce food have a health lifestyle and also consumes food with higher nutritional content. So the main principles of a Mediterranean diet takes into account the number of nutrients and the physical activity, and also it has less environmental impact. Is a production of food of low environmental impact, promotes biodiversity because autochthonous varieties are respected, the old varieties of plants are respected. Doing so, we are promoting cultural values in an intense way. We are preserving them, and we are preserving a local economy, strong and sustainable. What happened in Portugal after the recognition was that, no, after, let me be coherent. What happened in Portugal after the recognition was that in the Algarve, the several agents involved and interested in the Mediterranean diet, because as you have realized, this is a multilateral concept, the different partners came together to articulate between them, and they created a regional committee to safeguard Mediterranean diet with these fundamental partners that here coordinate the University of the Algarve, that since the first time was involved in the preparation of the application to UNESCO, and the Coordination and Development Commission from the Algarve, who brings ahead this program. Then the tourism of Portugal, tourism of the Algarve, associations of regional development such as the In-Loco Association, gastronomy groups, private companies, the cardiologist, the Portuguese Cardiologist Foundation. The Commission aims to safeguard Mediterranean diet. The first main activity of this Commission was to prepare a regional plan to safeguard Mediterranean diet, published in 2018, in order to define action lines and priorities for the period 2018-2021. This work was what led us then to a series of initiatives that brought the University of the Algarve to invite to a table the other higher education institutions and to create in 2019 this network of higher education institutions to safeguard Mediterranean diet through the signature of a protocol that was executed in the University of the Algarve. We are at the venue. They were just signing it. We have the logos of the institutions that were present in this picture and all the others that have joined. I am really bad for figures, but I think it was, we have 21 higher education institutions and the logos are all there. What was the purpose? To work together in order to coordinate and to articulate between the different higher education institutions good practices in order to safeguard the Mediterranean diet, aiming to create a common strategy for research, innovation, and for the intervention both at regional and national level and international level. We have already created the safeguarding program of the Mediterranean diet in the network, the little book that we may access through this link. And we also did other initiatives. The first major initiative that was born from this meeting of intentions and energies was to check that in the country, although we have a very small country, it's small but it's very diverse, and we have completely different perceptions and realities. What is the Mediterranean diet? What is this involvement of us for the importance of the Mediterranean diet? So it became necessary to deepen the knowledge in each meeting, and we did a number of activities in order to create a common knowledge basis. We started with the 5 regions. We started in the Algarve, then Alentejo, Lisbon, Tagus Valley, Center and North. With these regions, we did the basic work that started by being launched with this webinar. During the pandemic, we had no other choice. A webinar that gathered 100 participants for one morning, speaking about Mediterranean diet. Then we did a restricted work in a format of focus group and working sessions, also remotely, about the subjects in agriculture, health, heritage and tourism. Out of the results or outcomes of this work, we prepared and organized the first Congress of the higher education universities. And to tell you that with this and with the identification we do, we all in the network do, between the objectives of the Mediterranean diet and the SDGs, we concluded that the choice of food is maybe the most important individual decision for biodiversity, multiculturalism, and sustainable development. And comparing this with the goals of the network for the Mediterranean diet and the PRIMA goals, there is a synergy to be done between these two goals. This is what I had to tell you. Thank you very much.
School of Health Technology, and she will also focus on the food challenge. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you today. It's a pleasure. My background is in health, so I will focus on the Mediterranean diet and with a health perspective. I could start my presentation with once upon a time. Once upon a time, there were a series of countries that geographically were located around the Mediterranean Sea, and that made the possibility that amongst them that they had access to certain species which are the same in the sea, namely fish, but it also made possible that these countries were able to exchange seeds, plants, animals, and above all, as Nidia just mentioned, the Mediterranean diet, it's not just diet, it includes heritage, culture, festivities, all that. This is all part of the Mediterranean diet. If we go back in time, a few millennia, Hippocrates told us that our food should be our medicine and our medicine should be our food. And this is to remind us of the importance of food habits in order to have a good nutritional state, and that we might prevent several diseases. But it was not only food. He also told us that allied to food, we should practice exercise regularly and adopt healthy habits. All this contributes to a good health throughout our life cycle. We're in the Mediterranean, so we have common foods, common species. We have habits which make us consume a large amount of vegetables which might be consumed in their raw state or might be cooked. We also are used to using olive oil, and the presence of olive trees, one of the species which are particularly apt for the Mediterranean environment. We also have nuts, characteristic of these countries, fish from the Mediterranean. These countries have as a habit a diet richer in fish than in meat. These are all foods with very high nutritional value and are part of the Mediterranean diet. Being a health professional, I will then speak to a cause which is dear to me. What are the top 10 causes of death? So as you can see, first we have cardiovascular diseases, then cerebral vascular diseases, then respiratory and pulmonary disease, and then dementia, neoplasia, diabetes, etc. If we narrowed down and analyze the Mediterranean countries, cerebrovascular diseases are still important, as well as respiratory diseases. If we look at Portugal, there is an interesting inversion. So the top two is still the same, but we have a higher prevalence of cerebrovascular disease and then vascular disease. Why am I mentioning this? Because we've had a study which started a few years ago, around 1960, whereby a doctor thought of carrying out a study in 7 countries to see what happened regarding death by cardiovascular disease, and concluded that countries which adopted a good Mediterranean diet with certain features, such as a high consumption vegetable products and fruit, made people from these countries have a lower death rate from cardiovascular disease. So he started focusing on the Mediterranean diet and carried out several studies and published some books on it. If we move forward in time, in 2004, there was a significant study focused on older people. This was an important study because it was concluded that the elderly who mostly followed a Mediterranean diet had lower mortality levels from all death causes. So this is an important step in identifying the Mediterranean diet as a lifestyle to prevent diseases. Another important study in 2004 related the practice of a healthy diet in the metabolic syndrome. So these are two scientific evidence: cardiovascular disease and metabolic syndrome. Moving forward, also in 2004, and following that study carried out in Greece, there is a study on diabetes mellitus, cardiovascular metabolic syndrome. 2005, another important study related to coronary heart disease in Greece and the adoption of a Mediterranean diet, a traditional one. Later on, between 2006 and 2008, there is a growing evidence of the importance of Mediterranean diet and prevention of Alzheimer's and Parkinson. In 2007, there is a questionnaire to be applied to children, KidMed, so that we can measure the adoption of Mediterranean diet. It is used nowadays with children. Further evidence on diabetes this time, and later on the relationship between the practice of this lifestyle and this diet and Alzheimer's. What do we have specifically in terms of scientific evidence following this type of diet as a lifestyle and as a food pattern is important in order to keep a healthy weight and to help to prevent obesity. There is also scientific evidence that it reduces the risk of heart attack, heart disease, and high blood pressure. There is also evidence that it is important in certain neoplasias for reducing the prevalence of metabolic syndrome and diabetes. As Nidia mentioned, in 2010, recognized it as cultural and intangible heritage of humanity through Greece, Italy, Morocco, and Spain, and later on, 2013, with Cyprus, Croatia, and Portugal, with the Tavira municipality and all the work they've been developing. In 2015, there is a graphic representation, and these representations are essentially useful in translating some guidelines. This is the most updated representation of the Mediterranean diet, but in 2015 there was the concern to transform a pyramid representation with a base which not only includes the eating habits but also the lifestyle, including eating local products, including exercise, following traditions, sitting at the table, socializing, reactivating some types of recipes that our ancestors use. So if you see the bottom of the pyramid, it contains a lot of information. If we then move to the principles, then we see the hydration part is very much important too. It's sometimes underestimated since our body is mainly made up by water. So we have to consider hydration as a serious issue, and then all the foods and the frequency in which they should be eaten. Red wine at the top, it's not for promoting the consumption of red wine, but because it's characteristic from these countries, but to have it in moderate amounts. I'd also like to draw your attention to a new proposal that came up in 2020 of a new graphic representation. Basically, it's the same as the previous one, but on the sides there is an innovation. The things which are related to sustainability, the economic side, and everything we should be concerned in terms of biodiversity. I hope that for those of you who didn't know the Mediterranean diet, that you are now more aware of the benefits on our health, also the benefits in terms of sustainability, and that it's something that all of us have the curiosity to know more about, and that from then on to be a committed practitioners of all the principles of the Mediterranean diet. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muito bem, agora depois destas duas apresentações sobre...
Now, after these two presentations on the Mediterranean diet, which is one of the pillars on Prima, now we'll be focusing on water. So let's go from food to producing food. So I will hand the floor to Ana Cristina Matos Coutinho. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the invitation for being here today. Even though the background image I chose today, I won't be focusing on the Mediterranean diet, but on water as a productive factor for the Mediterranean diet. It's a more general presentation. I did a PhD in 2009 in water reuse, and since then it's been my focus. Somebody mentioned and asked the question, do we drink bottled water or bottled water? I'd say there is a large proportion of the Portuguese population drinking bottled water. So what I see is that tap water is mainly used not for drinking, but for using, which is not very logical, and we should think more seriously about it. When I talk about alternative water sources, I'm referring to rainwater. I'm not talking about a hydrological cycle as we know it. I'm talking about treated wastewater, domestic wastewater, which thank God is now a legislated practice in Portugal since 2019. And I'm also talking about treated grey water, which is a topic of my PhD. Why? If we take a look at these pie charts, which show us the use of water in developed and developing countries, we can see that agriculture is undoubtedly the sector which takes the most water, even though the costs is not translated into the same sector, is the urban sector, but farming is still has associated to it in the inefficiency of the use of water as a resource. If we take a look at the distribution in the Mediterranean basin, there are some countries, some more than others, that present a water deficit, don't suffer from hydric stress, but I would say that sooner or later will suffer. In Portugal, when I was doing my PhD, a prediction was made that in 2025 Portugal would suffer from hydric stress. All these countries show some adaptation in water use. Our country shows that in the Algarve region, they were the first ones who started with domestic wastewater in irrigating golf courses. The truth is that nothing is more circular than water. It's a truth. When we talk about the urban cycle of water, we talk about circularity. Circles might have a larger or smaller diameter. We should only choose the purpose. Treat water, yes, but until it's necessary according to the intended use, and not using all the water for purposes which are not for drinking. From all resources, water is the most circular resource and the easiest to be made recirculated. I would like to focus on the rainwater harvesting systems. This is not new. Since ancient times, there are very simple ways to do it. So the pictures show that. I have that in my backyard with a very simple reservoir, and this is how I water my garden. Nothing too technological. Of course, it makes us more independent from the hydrological cycle, because when we have harvesting capacity, we're not so dependent on rain. On the other hand, it allows shortening the time between rain events and rainwater use. Also because we need water and it's not there. There are much more complex systems for multiple purposes. There are many systems. Some are more commercialized than others. Systems that serve mono-person dwellings. We don't need anything to technology, since that rainwater harvested in rooftops with a simple kind of filtering, and since given that the retention time is not too long, can have irrigation ability. So it's not too technological or complex. The first case study we did in UTAD was for an urbanization with terrace houses. The civil engineering students carried out this case study. It was very interesting. I let them work on this during a semester independently by themselves, and at the end they told me the volume they found for the reservoir. I told them that is a dam, because what they did was to size the distance to store water in winter and use in summer. So the first case study was good, but I would say there's nothing better than mistake, and they obviously had good grades at the end and were duly compensated. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the UTAD campus. You are invited. It's one of the most interesting campuses in Portugal. It's a botanical garden. The educational offer we have, we felt the need to have a study of implementing systems of rainwater harvesting. The first one was in 2004, and I can tell you that we are now implementing these systems. And this is because the truth is that our university has many subterranean water harvesting. So we had, at the beginning of COVID, we had the water bill, and therefore we decided to represent them. Several topics for watering with rainwater. A very interesting case was the one we had on commercial buildings. You surely know buildings like this. At the time we had the Braga Dolce Vita, so they invited us to use their water in order to use them in their toilets and wash their floors. This study has been published, and in terms of return, the results were very interesting. The return period in terms of investment is very, very short. For these large buildings with a high covered surface, it's a very good solution. However, rain is becoming scarce and it doesn't take place all year round. So we need to consider demand and offer. It reminds us it is necessary. So we might be faced with the contradiction of watering when it's raining. We need to store. So here we are faced with technical issues. So we don't need an Olympic pool. So what should it be involved here in terms of size of the reservoir, in tank size, and in terms of water treatment? The longer the water is stored, its quality is deteriorated. So we have some demands and requirements in terms of treatment. These issues are nowadays debated and studied in all their sites.
So the publication of the decree law, which was already mentioned in the previous session, the water for reuse. I have here a scheme which is the most common scheme. We drain water from a city or a community, and this water is sent to a centralized treatment station and then has to be distributed in order to be used again. So this is the system we have adapted. We adapt the uses to the source. If it's close to the source, okay, otherwise the transportation costs will be more difficult to cover. In the Algarve region, and we have here the University of Algarve is a good example of the reuse of water, because maybe they started to have more need for this water, a region that has less rain and many golf courses. So at national level, it will be the region where there are more cases for using these home residual or wastewater. The use of grey water is my dear subject, but since 2019 I didn't reach any conclusion. So I will continue, at least during my research career, I will continue and continue, because there is always something that requires more research. This is the house of my parents in the region, and I had to convince my parents to refurbish the house. I had to separate inside the house the water dark water that comes from the toilets, from the baths and lavatories and so forth. And then I put in place, if you can, and the gray water would be collected in a tank, treated, and then pumped upwards into the second reservoir, and then disinfected. And then my father would irrigate the Mediterranean species we had at the farm, the olive trees and so forth. There was no effect. Even in terms of salt, they don't have many characteristics. They are not used at great scale, but the effect was null in terms of production and quality of this food. We didn't irrigate vegetable gardens, but the fruit trees and the olive trees, yes. Vineyards cannot be irrigated in the Douro region. This is the scheme, an engineering scheme. I really changed the bathrooms, the toilets, to be able to treat the water. I did a study of the water balance, the quantitative part, how much water, gray water, is generated and how much water has to be used. I did a qualitative study as well. And once again, I came to supply and demand. The advantage here is that we can create mixed system. When it doesn't rain, we may have gray water. But here, it will always be at local level in the house. Otherwise, we will have to do a revolution within the drainage system because our networks are not prepared to drain only dark water. Of course, to this, we need to use only what is necessary to improve the irrigation systems more and more, to choose the cultures and crops we want to irrigate, how many cultures we want to have in Portugal. If we have this availability of water, we can only have this number of cultures, taking into account the quality of water when we are irrigating. And then to calculate always the water footprint throughout the productive cycle and not only during the production, because we know that the water footprint is a very important indicator when we are speaking about efficient use of water. Thank you. I apologize for the delay.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you. You have all exceeded time, so this means that we have little time for debate. We are really we will have to soon finish, but we have listened to many interesting subjects fundamental for Prima, for this issue of the Mediterranean diet and the water, the several uses of water, and the fact that we may have a more efficient water management. Is there any question from the audience? We would accept 2 questions, then we will allow them to answer. Anyone else would like to raise a question or make a comment? Thank you very much for your presentations. I would like, could you please introduce yourself? My name is Lucília Delgado. I work at the Faculty of Science and Human Science of the University of Lisbon. My first question is addressed to Cristina. I would like to ask you if you know any case of good practice of use of raining water or wastewater in urban vegetable gardens in the Portuguese municipalities. Many of them use the water supply, the mainstream water supply. The public administration should give a good example, although there are some that started to collect, but there is the farmers are quitting this, and it would be important to safeguard. Regarding Maris, I would like to know if you know any study that relates not only the issue of diet. We are speaking about food, we are speaking about lifestyle, socialization, and these are 3 entry points. And it would be important to understand how they can work together, or to know if one is more relevant than the others. I am really curious regarding the other ones because we focus food. Then for everyone, the balance, the Portuguese food balance shows that the addition to the Mediterranean diet is not very significant. I would like to know what we can do to improve this. And finally, I would like to understand what the university networks for the Mediterranean diet are different than others. There is a network named the Network of Sustainable Fields. It would make sense to have synergies between networks because really all these problems, all these issues are interconnected. So it would be important to build these networks. I'm also a founder of a network feeding sustainable cities, so we are all together in these matters. Thank you, Cecilia. Your questions would be for an 1-hour debate. But anyway, we will try to answer your questions. I also have a question. The question that these water subjects, likewise diet, sometimes I am outside international meetings and I lived in the north of Europe. And really, in the north of Europe, they consider the Mediterranean diet, although here it loses importance. In the northern countries, they gain importance. How to install in your home water recovery in countries where it's less needed, these savings. We are in the Mediterranean area oriented to the PRIMA program, but the question is, why does this happen? What can we learn with the north of Europe? How in the Mediterranean area or region we give less attention to this diet than in the north?
Eu penso que ele sim, está a funcionar. Eu vou começar.
I will start by answering the question related to urban vegetable gardens. Water supply in these gardens has to do with the legal framework we have in Portugal for us to be able to do it. Raining water itself doesn't have any problem, but it's a question of season availability. The method used to supply the tank. Sometimes if it doesn't rain, there is no water. And people become demotivated regarding treated home wastewater. Depends on the treatment, because only after a higher level we will be able to use it in crops that are raw food. Gardens cultivate raw food. Maybe that's why people abandon. But in terms of projects, I'm not acquainted with good practices at municipal level. I know some study cases in private institutions. At the level of municipalities, no. Regarding the question you have raised, I don't want to be politically incorrect, but the fact is the countries in the north of Europe have an awareness, I would say a civism, different than our civism, and they don't wait for the problems to solve them. I said this more than once. Portugal knows how to react, but does not know how to prevent. And when we had this draft, I was interviewed by some channels. We cannot stop the production of energy in Portugal to have water to consume in the taps of our home. It's not through reaction we will solve the problem. It is through prevention. But we use of water, at least myself. But the academy has also difficulties in reaching. There is always a break, or sometimes we study and the information doesn't reach All legislation was launched in 2019. No one is going to do new projects when there is no legal framework. That's the problem, I think.
Tá? Tá. Obrigada pelas.
Thank you for your questions. And as I said, I am from the health area and from the clinical area. The studies that I have presented have to do mostly with the situation of pathology and Mediterranean diet, but more and more in health, community health studies are being more extensive. So this has to be assessed and controlled because Mediterranean diet is all these lifestyles, food habits. So we have to do studies in these dimensions as well. I don't want to interfere, but just to complement. We start to have published work about the influence of the Mediterranean food diet without the other components. And I think I'm not saying anything wrong if I say that there are benefits in the Mediterranean diet, but in reality we cannot separate food from other things. When we speak about not only in health but also in sustainability and in the health of the planet, everything has to be connected. And I take the advantage that I have the mic in my hand, and I will answer the other question. The network of higher education institutions in Portugal to safeguard Mediterranean diet has been working in close collaboration with all the other agents. There is no closed box with higher education institutions thinking about research and scientific development with closed doors. All the initiatives that I have listed had both in the seminar and the Congress and the focus group sessions, we had the economic agents, farmers, associations of farmers, groups, associations for local development. So yes, I believe it's an institution that is open and is starting a work of development around the diet, Mediterranean diet, that has implications to the future. And just one more minute to say that I would like to close this talk that we have spoken about Mediterranean diet so much with a word for the future. Portugal has abandoned the Mediterranean diet practices because those practices came from a time of scarcity and poverty. The generation of my parents believed that it was much healthy and much rich to provide or to give big amounts of red meat to the children because they were rich in protein. And the previous generations that lived the Second World War, this had failed in their dishes. So now we are building a different culture. What I've seen about the Mediterranean diet, there is a lot to do in schools, since basic primary schools, to bring children to the benefits of this lifestyle. And I see a lot of evolution. And I believe that in 5-10 years, we will be able to do studies about the addition of the Portuguese population to the Mediterranean diet, and we will see that things have changed. Today, well, 1 year ago, I had a master's student doing a work where a conclusion was taken that those who adhere to the Mediterranean diet are the people who are more literate, because all the others had a memory from the black days of hunger. So the global world says it's good. Who are closer to the populations of the Nordic countries have realized this. Thank you. The comments were really very relevant. We will have to close. These subjects are really aggregating. We have several networks So many disciplines are here together, so they can join, and there is a lot to do from the point of view of science and transfer of knowledge, because in practice, the issues of irrigation and water use, irrigation by gravity used to be used with more efficiency. The ratio was more efficient than the most used types today. If we have water availability, this is what we do normally. But there is a lot to progress. We have to build these networks here, and with other countries have these techniques in place. Thank you. Now we are going to speak about sustainable cities in the plenary session. So we will also speak about these issues maybe. And thank you very much and see you soon.
Boa tarde, bem-vindos à sessão plenária.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the plenary session, Green Inclusive Cities. I will pass on the floor to Ana Abrunhosa. The Minister for Territorial Cohesion. Good afternoon. I would like to greet the Minister of Science and Higher Education, Professor Elvira. I take the opportunity, because I hardly see you, to also greet the Chairwoman for Science and Technology, and a special greeting to the speakers who I will try to listen for a while. It's a pleasure that I'm here. Thank you for the invitation and for the organization. I have never missed for a year. And I also want to greet you for these science and technology meetings in Portugal. I would like to give a special word for science and technology for it's 1/4 of a century for science and technology. A special note for Gito, this year invited to participate in these meetings, and also to underline the scientific cooperation between our countries. It's so important to have collaboration inside and outside the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really committed to build the future of awareness. The subject of this plenary session shouldn't be so important for the moment we are living. The cities have an unquestionable importance in the quality of life of citizens. So its definition, strategy, and planning should fully be in line with the European Ecological Pact, and also with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and with the Horizon Europe. To discuss these concepts within the scope of a forum to promote science, which is the tool that is essential for the development, social economic development, creation of dignified employment and labor, is important for territorial cohesion. That's why I'm so happy to have been invited to speak to you. I will contribute to this subject because this area of research is really of interest to me, but also in working terms. The forecasts of the common good tell us that in the mid of this century, 70% of this century will live in urban areas. Urban areas are multifunctional territories with privileged conditions to attract population and investment, because they concentrate a considerable amount in economic language of the factors of production and services, specialized services. They show sustainable dynamics of generation of wealth and employment. They catalyze knowledge, creativity, innovation, and connectivity. Given all these factors and others that I didn't mention, but equally important, are the cities often considered the engines of a European economy and the world economy. Despite this, these urban areas are also territories that are particularly exposed to socioeconomic shocks, environmental and cultural shocks that have internal inefficiencies, aggravating unemployment, exclusion, or social segregation, demographic decline, migration flows, pollution, climate change. We are aware of the effects of the pandemic in the cities, and the importance that we started to give to green spaces that sometimes didn't exist in most neighborhoods. The importance that we started to give to strike the bad quality of our homes of housing. So all these phenomena bring outcomes and consequences to the future that is urgent to plan. The recent pandemic recovered the debate about these spaces with a new perspective. The relation that we used to consider strict between home and work changed deeply, and this change is not neutral from the urban point of view. This new paradigm will force, revise the approaches that we do to the urban spaces and the logics of its articulation with the remaining territory. I would like to leave you with a note about the giant challenge placed by the demographic dynamic, which will be or should be a concern. Fortunately, we are having longevity dynamics with the population living more years and on better conditions. However, globally, we lost population. Europe is aging and is not being renewed. So forces us to prepare, for us to be prepared for these dynamics, even in demographic terms. Allow me to give you my perspective about the role and function that these urban structures should have in the future. The cities, and I am speaking a technical language, the language of our fields of activity. The urban subsystems will continue to be the fundamental territory to articulate the territorial duties, although despite of this we will have the capacity to make them connected systems. In addition to the concept of urban center, I consider that the concept of urban systems are important, namely relations between urban centers and the relations between the urban and the rural, which are key not only to solve rural problems but also to avoid the burdens of the urban. We have to be able to make the systems flexible, resilient, with the capacity of being adjusted to the life of their inhabitants. We don't have cities prepared for aged people. We don't have services prepared for an aged population. Our health centers are not prepared for aging people. If we go to a hairdresser, we realize that they are not prepared to age population. We have to redesign the cities and to appropriate them to our challenges of tomorrow. In this process, we have to reinforce the reply to global sustainability challenges. Sustainability, I include all these dimensions I have just mentioned. What are we talking about? More digital cities, smarter cities, decarbonized cities, energetically sustainable. So in this respect, it is important sharing of information, less carbon mobility, smarter cities, and policies that have to be smarter. So we are speaking about more resilient cities prepared to climate change, with green corridors, environmental diversity, foreseeing the rise of the sea tide and heat waves. Series of a network of systems, the systems and then cities as part of the systems, able to establish balances between the urban and the rural, encouraging innovative approaches in adjusting production circuits and consumption, as it was important during the pandemic, limiting the carbon footprint. The war also shows the importance of thinking like this. Cities prepared for quality of life and well-being, adapted to the life cycles of citizens, encouraging the new Bauhaus in Europe in a meeting point in order for us to see and find new living modes with science and technology. Everything to bring ecologic park closer to the places where we live, mobilizing the collective effort for us to be able to build a sustainable future, inclusive and love and beautiful future, and all the others, obviously. In this context, to reply to future challenges, urban centers should be a platform for trial and experimentation of connections, promoting collaboration between thinkers and entrepreneurs. So, establishing as bridges between science and technology and the world of art and culture. The cities cannot continue to be accumulation spaces, accumulation of population, jobs, and other resources. Should become spaces of articulation between the different needs of the citizens. A safe, secured cities without obstacles, allowing proximity approaches with conditions of mobility and socialization spaces for us to return the urban space to young people, allowing for active aging, using innovative solutions for the provision of services, with healthy spaces to live and work, allowing to attract talents at global scale, cities more friendly, with digital experience, with networks created by centers of research and development, because the key for the creation of qualified jobs indispensable for the development of the territory is precisely the capacity to generate new knowledge and to be able to transfer it and to include it in the different activities. This is our major challenge, and we have to have the academy, the technological centers, scientific and technological entities involved, with all the other players in charge of the management of the city's policies, namely city councils, municipalities, and so forth. We need creative cities designed to extend circularization of resources, less demanding in consumption of water and energy, with a better use of resources. There is a new approach to find innovative solutions for complex societal problems through co-creation. New urban challenges that I have mentioned, namely climate dimensions, require new solutions in order to maintain and improve the quality of life of our cities. Green spaces, public green places have a positive effect in biodiversity and quality of the air. This positive impact ensures that the cities are becoming better spaces both to live and to work. Being aware of the ecological principles in public spaces have given innovative ideas based in scientific research and technical knowledge induced not only by the market but also by public policies, taking advantage of the engine that the scientific knowledge represents in any context, namely given the minimizing effect of the economic activity and guarantee of the quality of life. We will continue to work in the materialization of a strategy that is differentiated. We have to do it, and this work starts first in betting on sustainable approaches, competitive and innovative, capable to transform the social, economic panorama of our communities, and making Portugal a more cohesed country. So, to finish, so important as the policies and the instruments is the need to work together. We need to involve everyone. We need more knowledge, more innovation, more participation, active participation, and citizenship, committed citizenship. And also, everything I have said represents as well what will be the alignment of the application of community funds, namely the European funds, regional funds that I really manage, not only regarding sustainable development, urban development, but also the number of projects where the academy, the entities from the scientific and technological system can be involved, give their contribution, creating, in terms of public policy, the appropriate incentives for them to be able to bring to these challenges that I have just said, your knowledge, innovation, technologies, so that once and for all, the concept of sustainable urban development although changing over time. Before the pandemic, we used to have a different concept. Now we have another one. And for that, we need a lot of knowledge, innovation, sometimes to solve the same problems with different ideas, but mainly to have appropriate answers for problems that are today very complex, that have multi-dimensions, which is how to live in the city. Once again, thank you very much for your invitation. I apologize if I took too long. I just wanted to give you the conception what is behind regarding what we are designing in terms of supports to the city councils, the potential of being working together, and the scientific and technological approach. So we want to see you making partnerships, and tenders and regulations will translate these concepts. So thank you again to the Minister of Science, telling her that we have a lot to do together at territorial level. Thank you.
Damos agora início ao debate com.
Let's now start a debate with the Minister of Egypt, who is now joining us via video conference, Luís Bittencourt, who will also be joining us. He is part of the University of Santa Fe and University of Chicago, and Ricardo Agares, who will be joining us on socioeconomic change. The moderator will be Teresa Ferreira. While we're still waiting for the connection, I'd like to thank the Minister for the excellent framing, contextualization of this theme. And we could say a lot about sustainable cities. And nowadays is only a small sample of what we will have today. Dear Dr. Ayman Ashur.
Are you listening? Yes? Okay. So I'll give you the floor. And I hope the connection, yes? Can you, are you ready to speak? Yes? Yeah, still.
Hello?
Listening now.
Hello, can I start? Yes. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. This is my pleasure to join your conference. I am Ayman Ashur, the Vice Minister, Ministry of Higher Education, and I was honored to lead the team of the planners of the new capital of Egypt. The presentation contains, I present the master plan and the strategic master plan and vision of the new capital of Egypt. The presentation contains the national, will start by the national urban vision, with vision and the visualization, the location, and the master planning and the analysis and the principles of the new capital. And the presentation will be ended by a short animation about the new capital. We'll start by the National Urban Vision. Well, the National Urban Vision 2052, the goals and objectives of the National Urban Vision is to increase the inhabitant areas during the next 35 years from 7.4% from the whole area to 11% from Egypt area. The total required land development is to be added 12 million acres. And the figure on left reflects targeted development interventions. Circles in blue represent areas where economic efficiency interventions are required. Circles in green, and light green actually, represent areas where social equality interventions are required. And the circles in green represent areas where interventions targeting national security are required. The figure of the right, on the right, reflects targeted developed land expansion, adding a 12 million acres to developed lands by 2052, and among which 2 million acres expansion is required till 2027. The figure on the left reflects the current developed area across Egypt in 2017, representing 7.4% of total Egypt area. And the figure on the right side is reflect targeted areas to be developed across Egypt in 2052, representing 11% of the total area of Egypt. This by adding 12 million acres. Based on that, and I'm trying to move the yes. Based on that, the government defined 10 priority on our left-hand side. Based on that, the government defined 10 priority zones for urban expansion, as shown on the left map, and on the right side, which was then further developed into an action, including the development of main urban nodes, where the new capital is one of them, along with new Al-Alamein, East Port Said, and the new Mansoura city, in addition to secondary urban nodes along Upper Egypt region. This slide represents world capital cities benchmarking in terms of area, scale, and population. Where new capital, here is the position of the new capital among the other, I mean the scale of the population and the area also, where new capital is positioned in the middle with a targeted population of 5 million inhabitants. Adding to it existing Cairo with 17.6 million inhabitants, making Greater Cairo region, including existing Cairo and the new capital, positioned as a top, as one of the largest population capitals with a total population of 22.3, as shown in front of you in this slide. In front of us, the regional in the context of the urban relationship for the new capital city of Egypt, as in front of you, the direction of the urban expansion towards the eastern part of Greater Cairo, along east-west Cairo, and the urban growth tended to have a more dense expansion toward the east. A new capital location, as in front of you. Here is the new location of the new capital, is central between existing Cairo and Suez Canal region. Next slide, please. Emphasizing the role of the capital, Cairo, as a regional center for Eastern Cairo to talk with the existing urbanization, as a central business center between existing Cairo and Suez Canal region. Here is a position of the new administrative capital of Egypt, and the location is, like I mentioned before, in the mid of distance between Cairo and the new development in the Suez Canal area. Next slide. That's why Egypt launched a group of smart new cities, and new capital is one of them, whereby 2030, as in front of you, the total population of Egypt will increase by 26 million inhabitants, and needed additional housing units will be more than 8 million housing units required until 2030. And here in front of you, the location of some of the new cities and the greater surrounding Greater Cairo, and here is the new capital as in front of you. Next one. Next one. We'll start with the vision of the new capital. Next one, please. The vision is creating a new generation of Egyptian smart, sustainable cities, utilizing Egyptian history and resources, while providing a better quality of life to Egyptian citizens. Next one. The mission is development of integrated urban community, providing a better quality of life, smart services, and sustainable, reactive to valuable resources. Development environmentally friendly, sustainable, and respects our cultural assets in a smart, sustainable way. Next one, please. 7 principles as a goals for the new capital, Cairo. Next one. The first principle is to be a green city. Our target that the ratio will be 15 square meter per person at the green area. Next one, to be a sustainable city using new technologies in renewable energy. Next one, walkable city, where the city is fully connected by pedestrian paths and bike lanes. Next one, livable city through the integrated mixed use within the residential areas. Next one, with all, this will be also connected city on the regional level and also inside the city itself by all the different means of public transportation systems. Next one will be a smart city through fully integrated smart infrastructure. Next one will be also a hub for business as a business city, since this city acting as a regional hub for business. So actually more than 30% from the land use is dedicated for business and mixed uses. Next slide. Yeah. The main concept actually, this is a theoretical approach of the concept itself of the city, where the main concept reflects the idea of the Nile as a source of urban development in Cairo and in Egypt. Based on that, the master plan includes green river or green axis with different, surrounded by different self-contained urban nodes along the green river. Next slide. The green river starts by the edge of the river, I mean the green path, and the heart, and with the head, and all of the different nodes or different mixed uses surrounding the green river and the different activities. Also, the regional services connected with the regional road to Suez Canal with a new development in the new international airport. Next slide, please. Here is a distribution of housing densities among the city, whereas the 35% from the housing is yes, 35% from the total housing units are high density, 35% from them, and 50% are middle density, and 15% are low density. And the higher density is distributed among the green river and the middle in the middle, and the light or the low density in the fringe of the borders. Next one, please. Here also is distribution of the densities of the mixed uses. The high density surrounding the Nile River, the Green River, and then the middle density, and of course the low density is the outer of the border. Next one, please. The whole master plan based on transit-oriented development approach, where the public transportation system are located between different land uses and densities. Next slide. This is the master plan of the new capital city with a total area of 184,000 acres. And in front of you, the master plan with the different activities distributed among the whole area, with a concentration, as I mentioned in the beginning, of the activities along the Green River with high densities and with mixed uses. And then with yellow is the residential zones with the regional services and local and medium services. Next one, please. The master plan is divided into 3 phases. The first phase and the second phase and the third phase, as we'll present in the next slides. Next one, please. There was a hierarchy as a regional and ring road and Cairo Middle and Ring Road of Cairo, New Capital Ring Road, Green Road, Ben Zayed Avenue, East Airport Road, and collective roads and arterial roads, as mentioned or distributed, as shown in front of you. Next one, please. And the mass transit with the railways, high-speed train, Sokna, New Capital Alamein, and light railway, and the monorail, and all of the different public transportation systems. Next one, please. Next slide. In front of us is the Green River, and the activities are located in the Green River. With it is this contains 7 sub-parks and gardens. For instance, the first part is the Family Park, and the second one is Cultural Garden. The third one, Entertainment Park, and fourth one is the International Park. And fifth one is a Science and Technology Gardens, and sixth one is Arts Park and Botanics. The length of the Green River, 30 kilometers or 7,000 acres. Next one, please. Some images for the Green River with the activities mentioned. Next slide, please. This slide is how the Green River is connected with the residential areas and with the green corridors inside the different residential areas to reach to each zone with the different activities with a green approach. Next slide, please. Here is how the Green River is interacting with the green and with the core of each residential city to present how it is connected with the or to the activity of a pedestrian and the bike buses inside the residential area. Next slide, please. Once again, is how to connect the Green River with the residential areas and the mixed uses inside the different urban areas. Next one. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide. All of these slides actually reflecting the concept of the Green River and the green corridors inside the residential areas. Next slide, please. Yes, the same. Next one. We will come to the visualization of the master plan. In front of us, here is the Green River, and here is the high density mixed uses surrounding on the banks of the Green River, if we can mention that. And here is the residential zones and how the green areas is connected by the main core or main spine of the green area and inside, and how to work or how to act at the green path inside each cell of the residential areas. Next slide, please. Here is the Green River and the location of the business district and the mixed uses surrounding the green areas. Next one. Once again, visualization for the urban areas of the new capital. So please go ahead. Next slide. Yes. Here is the 3 phases. Of the new capital. First phase, 40,000 acre. Second one is 47 acre, and the third one is 97 acre. Next one, please. The urbanization of the first phase. Next slide. The location of the residential zones and the Green River and the governmental zone. Next one. Visualization for the residential areas and the mixed uses and the corridors and busways. Next one. Next one. The residential districts, yes. Here, one of the residential areas, and here is the core of the residential area and how it is connected with the main green spine. The total area of this residential zone is more than 1,000 acre, with Central Services Park with 160 acres. This is the urban plan for the first residential zone. Next one. Yes, next slide. Here is a typology of the housing units and the architecture style. here is a central surface of park in R3. Next slide. Here how it looks from the central part of the residential zone and how it is connected with the central business district. Yes, all of this reflects the typology, and here is after construction of the residential city, residential part or district. Next one. Also different district, different typology of the housing units, and here is the business district. Next one. Next slide, please. Here is the new capital central business district with a new plan to provide a unique business environment attracting investment in a smart, sustainable district to foster the city development, as well positioning the new capital as a national hub for business. Next slide, please. All of this is visualization for the business district area. Next slides, please. And here is after construction of the business district. Here is the knowledge hub, where the align with the national vision of the higher education through attracting the branch campuses of the international universities inside this knowledge hub. Next slide, please. Here a sample of some international universities, campus international universities in the new capital. Next one. And here is the government district. And all of these slides represent the urban planning and images of the ministers' headquarters in the new capital. And here is City of Arts and Opera, also constructed now. Now, I would like to present for you a short movie about the new capital. Will be end of my presentation. Please.
القاهرة حاضرة الشرق، واحدة من أكبر 20 مدينة في العالم، وإحدى أقدم المدن التي شهدت بل وغيرت في مجريات التاريخ. القاهرة وإن تقدمت في العمر وثقل على كاهلها ازدحامها، فلا تزال ملتقى العالم لما حباها الله من تميز في الموقع والمناخ. آن الأوان أن تعود القاهرة إحدى أجمل العواصم في العالم. نحلم بمدينة للسكن والحياة بمسطحات خضراء واسعة، تستخدم أحدث تقنيات استدامة الطاقة، تخدم قطاع المال والأعمال، تتواصل أحياؤها بشبكة ممرات للمشاة والدراجات الهوائية، وتوفر جميع شبكات المواصلات. مدينة ذكية تستوعب جميع فئات المجتمع. تم اختيار الموقع لتكون المدينة الجديدة امتداداً للعاصمة الحالية وقريبة من منطقة القناة، مما يعطيها أفضلية لوجستية واستراتيجية. العاصمة القاهرة تتألف من 13 وادياً فريداً من نوعه. الوادي هو منطقة سكنية تتراوح مساحتها ما بين 5000 إلى 15,000 فدان. النهر الأخضر مجموعة حدائق بطول المدينة تشكل حديقة مركزية عظيمة هي شريان الحياة للمدينة كلها. 20 حياً تتسع لنحو 6,500,000 نسمة. اتسم تخطيط المدينة بالتوازن في توزيع مساحات المشروعات الاستثمارية الكبرى والمراكز التجارية والأبراج الإدارية، كما وضع في الاعتبار مناطق للتطوير العمراني ومزارع الطاقة الشمسية ومناطق صناعية ومطار دولي بمساحة مناسبة. جميعها متصل بشبكة من الطرق الرئيسية. تبلغ مساحة العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة 170,000 فدان، 40,000 منها هي المرحلة الأولى. منطقة الوزارات والهيئات الحكومية. تتمتع العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة بشبكات بنية تحتية متكاملة وعصرية مواكبة لأحدث التقنيات والمعايير العالمية، مما يفعل تطبيقات الحكومة الإلكترونية ويرفع من كفاءتها لتغطي كافة المعاملات الحكومية بأمان وسهولة ويسر. كما اتسمت تصميمات مباني الوزارات بالتنوع في الطرز المعمارية المستوحاة من الحضارات المتعاقبة على مصر والمتماشية مع روح العصر. المشروعات والاستثمارات الرئيسية. لأننا نتفهم متطلبات العمل الاستثماري وقيمة الوقت بالنسبة للمستثمرين، لذلك اتخذ مركز الأعمال موقعاً مميزاً قريباً من المناطق اللوجستية لقناة السويس وأيضاً القاهرة والمدن الصناعية، وعلى مقربة من منطقة الوزارات والهيئات الحكومية، ومطلاً على الطرق الرئيسية السريعة والإقليمية الموصلة إلى المدن المجاورة وخدمات أخرى عديدة. المناطق السكنية. تنوعت المناطق السكنية في الكثافة وسط مساحات خضراء وأنظمة مستدامة ومتجددة لتوليد الطاقة وتدوير المخلفات وتحلية المياه. المدينة الطبية. منطقة طبية تحقق المعايير العالمية. مدينة المعرفة والقرية الذكية. مجمع للجامعات والمدارس المحلية والعالمية، ومجمعات للأبحاث التكنولوجية والعلمية. مدينة المعارض والمركز الدولي للمؤتمرات. صممت لتكون إحدى أجمل المعالم التي تخدم صناعة المعارض والمؤتمرات الدولية في العالم، فيعكس التصميم حضارتنا المتفردة وحاضرنا المبدع. فمركز المعارض يضم فندقين ومنطقة عرض خارجية وقاعات عرض بمعايير دولية. أما مركز المؤتمرات فيضم قاعات متعددة تسع حتى 5,000 فرد، كما تضم أيضاً مبنى إدارياً وغرف اجتماعات وغيرها. فلم تزل مصر رائدة في مجال تنظيم المعارض والمؤتمرات الدولية، فموقعها الجغرافي عامل أساسي لإنجاح تلك المحافل. الأوبرا تصميم حضاري آخر يعكس قوة حضارتنا في خطوط معاصرة لتكون مزاراً سياحياً لعشاق الثقافة والفن في العالم. تضم 3 قاعات مسرحية بسعة إجمالية 3,300 فرد، ومسرحاً خارجياً، بالإضافة إلى قاعات سينما، مطاعم ومركز ثقافي. إنها مدينة تتسع لجميع فئات شعبنا المصري العظيم، وتحقق لنا أحلام المعيشة الكريمة، بل ملهمة لكل مصري بقدرته على العمل والإبداع. وهذا ما نربو إليه من هذا التحدي، تحدي بناء مدينة يتجلى في تفاصيلها السهولة والمتعة في مزاولة روتين الحياة اليومية، تثري حياة قاطنيها من سكان وعاملين ومستثمرين كل يوم، فترتقي بأسلوب حياة الفرد والمجتمع.
Thank you
Very well. Can we have please the connection with the States? If Luis is still there. Well, maybe we can give. I'll give the word to Ricardo, and you can contact Luis meanwhile to see if he's there. Okay? Can you? There. Hi, Luis.
Olá.
Um pouco mais tarde do que tínhamos pensado, mas.
A little later than expected, but we are already online. Luis, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to be with you today.
Easier, I think we just have one feed. I'm listening to your feed also in English. So could the slides come up? I'll try to be relatively brief, about 15 minutes, and it will be a little different from the previous one. So I've been working in the United States for most of my career now. I've trained at the IST, at Técnico, and since then worked on several fields. But for a while, I've been developing now. I'm sorry, I'm hearing a lot of echo. It would be great if I couldn't hear my own feed. So these are my affiliations. Let me just get to the business here. So what I want to do is to spend some time talking about an emergence of understanding of cities that's motivated in many ways by the world being more and more urban, but also many of the challenges of sustainability and development in many nations that allow us to start understanding our own societies and our own urbanizing societies in new ways, but also in ways that are becoming more scientific. But what I mean by that is really, it's not a science as in physics or biology, but it's really in some sense a perspective that allows us to understand and predict characteristics of cities closer to the social sciences and humanism, but also using many of the tools of data and modeling that are maybe more traditional of other sciences. So let's see if I can make the slides go. Okay, so this is the institute I run at the University of Chicago. It's a relatively new institute. There are institutes like this that are popping up everywhere because it's a very exciting field. And our flavor here, there's a long history at the University of Chicago, is really to try to understand, as the slide says, fundamentally how cities work. What is sort of a fundamental body of knowledge that tries helps us to understand what a city is, what a system of cities is as a nation, and what one very important characteristic of cities and urban systems, as I'll show you in a moment, even for Portugal, is that they create change. They create a lot of development, and development accelerates in urban systems. So we want to understand what those processes are. We don't want to idealize them. It was often done in planning. or policy. We want to really understand what these processes are. We want often to measure them or evaluate them qualitatively. And we want to work with those processes. We want to work with the laws of cities, if you will, in order to help create cities that are good for people, that develop society, and that attain objectives such as sustainability in the future. So that's what we do. We work internationally, a little bit in Portugal, but mostly in the United States, and in many contexts of where development is needed, like in sub-Saharan African countries, in South Asia, and also in some relation to European countries. So you can see more there. So the first thing I want to say that's very important before we get astray is that in Portugal, we really have wonderful cities. They're really cities that, they're the urbanist dreams, and as you can know, they're very popular with tourists because they have a human scale. And this human scale has many good properties that often we want to design in. They feel good to humans. They have a certain scale that's not overwhelming. They create interactions that are natural, particularly at the local level. But they also create, they create great efficiency in terms of energy and so on. But this photo is also a photo that to me is historical. I relate to this gentleman. I don't know who he is. It's a stock photo. But in many ways, it's somebody that could be my dad. Maybe it could be one of your dads. Maybe it could be you. But it also is showing you, if you know the reality of any of these buildings and the old parts of our cities, that Portugal has been going through a process of development that still has a long way to go. And that the lives, particularly of a generation that are a bit older than us, really have gone through immense changes in Portugal. And that these transformations actually are better told through the perspective of cities and urbanization. And that's what I want to do today. I want to take a little bit of the history of Portugal, a little bit of data that I could find for Portugal, and I'll have comments on that as I go, to tell a bit the story of a life around this time and how our cities have changed, but also how the cities, how these transformations changed Portugal and how they will continue to change it into the future. So hopefully I'll give you a little element of prediction, or at least of possibility. Okay, so I want to leave you a list of facts that you'd have to go and read books. I'll point you to some. But they have to do with what we now understand, even quantitatively, about cities. So qualitatively, we understand this process very well. They're very systematic. They're systemic in the sense that multidisciplinary, involve many different things, the kind of long lists that Minister Abrunhosa was telling us about. But they show how they are connected. They form a system that allows us to understand them and to drive them in certain ways. And this is new, and it's very powerful. Okay? So I'll read some elements of the list. I'll show you some examples later. Urbanization is a national structural change associated with development. You'll see that this is a spectacular thing. It's very predictive. Cities amplify and accelerate all socioeconomic processes. These are good and bad, but most of the results of this is that larger cities tend to be more productive economically. They have higher GDP per capita, higher incomes, but then everything is also more expensive, right? So if you write Lisbon to a different city that's smaller in Portugal, you'll have immediately their experience. So it's not like an abstract thing. It's a very common thing. But you also will see in larger cities things that you don't see anywhere else. And this is very special. That, there's new businesses, new artistic forms, new institutions, new nonprofits dedicated, new fashions. So all these things are being experimented with in these environments. And this is partly because they sustain a lot of diversity. And they're the entry places for novelty into any nation. So almost always, not always, but statistically, foreigners, foreign ideas from the outside come into larger cities and are worked into societies. And you see that again if you have an eye for it in any large city in Portugal, particularly Lisbon, because Lisbon is so much bigger than anything else in Portugal. There are also places that have great economies of scale from the point of view of creating infrastructure and running it efficiently. I won't say a lot about that because I couldn't find any good data about Portugal, but this would be interesting to test. And then larger cities now, at this moment, are leading the way towards sustainability and sustainable development. This is very important at the present moment in Europe, but really is an issue worldwide. And I'll finish my talk with that. So here's you probably have seen this piece. It's a very important piece in my mind from Público, the local daily, the main newspaper in Portugal at this point. And it just shows you, going back to the 60s and 70s, how poor and underdeveloped Portugal really was. It's shocking, right? The rates of illiteracy, the lack of infrastructure. This is a slide about basically, as you can see here, plumbing and the other lines that are not labeled about sanitation and so on. Most houses, or at least about half of them, didn't have them. And you see that there's this big rise from 74 particularly onwards until recent times, where a lot of these basic problems at least tend to be solved. But there's a special point I want you to focus on, which doesn't seem to us, to me anyway, that 1994 was a very special year, but I'll tell you what it was. So this is something we know from urban science. It's something the economists noticed first. It's a bit messy, as you can see there. Each line there is, each color is a different nation. I'll show you for Portugal in a moment in a cleaner way. But what you have here is a well-known relationship between GDP per capita, so the simplest measure of wealth and productivity in a nation. This is in real dollars, so it's adjusted for different purchasing parities in different countries. And what you have on the x-axis is the percentage of the population in a country that lives in cities, percent urban, okay? So what you have is that this tells the history of development of almost any nation. You go from about a few $100s a year, so basically a few dollars a day, which is considered by the World Bank as extreme poverty for societies that are not urban and work in a logic of basically subsistence farming, fisheries, and so on, to urban societies on the right that are basically have a level of wealth that on average is something like $50,000 in this measure of purchasing parity a year. And so now look at Portugal, right? So I tried to highlight it there. There it is. It's that red set of points. And look how well Portugal is doing with its urbanization, right? It's much above the line. The line means that with every 1% of urbanization that the population changes to live in urban situations, you get about 4%. So it's a tremendous multiplier of growth in GDP per capita. And what I'm showing you here is not exclusive to GDP per capita. It's true of measures of education, measures of life expectancy, and many other things that are fundamental for development. They're just a little bit harder to show, and I didn't have good data for Portugal. So I'm going to stick with this one. So let's see if I can show the next one. Okay. So there it is. So this is kind of a highlight. It's the same data. There's Portugal there in the middle. And I put there, just for your reference, the United States, right, which is often the gold standard, at least for economic development. You may agree or disagree with it. I'm in the United States, so people say those things. But the United States is a little bit hidden there in those blue dots. And so what you're seeing there is that Portugal is doing better than the United States at the same level of urbanization, okay? And I also highlighted, just to guide the eye there, some key moments in Portuguese history. So there's the revolution and transition to democracy in 74. It came on the back, as you can see there, of a period of urbanization, actually. But when the country was not very urbanized yet, about 40%. 94 is this magical year, which often is a reference for other nations, of 50% urbanization. And what you notice there is that the last point, which I think is 2016 for this data, so it's a little old now, is about 63% urbanized, okay? So this is not very urbanized at all by European standards, by the US or Canada or any other developed country or developed Asian countries. So Portugal is still not very urbanized, and as you can see there, of course, and as you know very well, has a deficit still compared to most European countries in terms of quantities like GDP per capita, of course, but also educational attainment and other things. But if you were to extrapolate that line, and I'll show you another example, but you can do it already here with the United States, you would see that the expectation is that with the 15 or 20% points of urbanization that we have left to go, that probably will play out in the next 20 years or so, we would be as rich as Sweden or the United States. Think about that. So what that entails, what that requires, is that our cities will be great, right? Will be developed cities, will be rich, will be good places to live, will be places that are entrepreneurial and so on. So that's the challenge, is to make this bit of urbanization from this perspective good. And that really entails, that we know what we're doing in that sense. But already, without even knowing very well what we're doing, if you allow me, urbanization in Portugal has been a very positive force of change. Okay, so this is just to belabor the point, but two other examples that often come up in development policy. You see Finland, which is in blue, and South Korea in very different contexts, but very fast urbanization, economic miracles of their own, much more urbanized, again, these 15 to 20% that Portugal still doesn't have, but Portugal doing better than them as well. So you can see, again, sort of, it's interesting, right? Both these countries, what they did is that they had a lot of investment into certain amounts of political stability and institutions in a different way, in different contexts, but a strong investment in education and science. So this becomes essential in urbanized society because everything becomes knowledge intensive. And what the real opportunity of cities is to create larger networks of people and organizations that can embed very sophisticated knowledge, can teach it, can propagate it, but can also create economic activity and institutions that work better. So that's the challenge ahead for us, is that we have a bit of this left, and it can be really transformational. So this is one way to read urban history and the history of development. And this happens because in larger cities, I already alluded to this, you have all these quantities, GDP per capita and so on, quantities that are higher in larger cities. So this is another discovery of urban science, is that this is a very predictable effect, and I'm about to show you how it works in Portugal. But it's like being a bit on an escalator. It's not necessarily all good. There are some bad aspects of this as well, like you can have increases in crime, which we had in the first phase of urbanization in Portugal. We have greater pollution and so on for a while until we figure out how to have better transportation systems and better energy systems. But what you have is that you're in this escalator where you need to solve problems that are complex and where you have a lot of people in organization that are connected, that are able and gain capacity to do that, and where we need to develop institutions that allow us to live together in these complex ways. So we're in the middle of this. We're doing actually well, as you can see, but we're not gone all the way. So let me show you just a couple ways in which this works. This is one of my early plots that actually created a lot of the success of the work I do and the institute here. But this is demonstrating this kind of effects for the United States. Each point there is a city. On the left, you have volume of roads. It's kind of just a measure of infrastructure and built area, which tends to be less per capita the larger the city. So this is what these plots are showing. So there's a savings in infrastructure, and this also leads to density and efficiencies of some sort, but also congestion. And on the right, again, we have GDP per capita, which increases about 13% in this case with every doubling of city size. So a larger city will have less space, more built infrastructure, more sophisticated infrastructure, but also more higher rates of socioeconomic productivity. These things is like squeezing people, making them interact, creating institutions that allow them to interact positively, and then essentially all things cultural and economic start coming up if the good expressions of this can happen. So this is Portugal, and this starts revealing a bit of the problem. In Portugal, I know you're there from the ministries, we don't have good data to start studying these phenomena and keep track of them and making sure they're being realized and keeping track of quality of life in cities. So we have some data, it's emerging, it's getting better, but we still don't really have a dedicated effort. The United States has had an effort for metropolitan data since the 1960s at the time of strong urbanization. Whereas in Portugal, it's kind of accidental. We have some stuff at the municipal level. This is data from the OECD statistics, and another Portuguese, Joaquim Oliveira, is the leader of this effort, and he's created this approach to study the cities around the world. These are functional cities, so like Greater Lisbon, instead of just the municipality of Lisbon. But you see the same effect, 14% every time you double the size of cities. So the problem here is that Lisbon, as you can see here in the plot, has a GDP per capita. I'm just going with this number because it's an easier number, but you can compare other things. That is higher than Portugal and approaching European convergence and so on. But then you have the rest of the country is lower, and half of the country is not represented in these four leading cities. So it's really quite in small cities and rural areas still. So that's basically one of the challenges also with Portugal from this point of view. It doesn't mean that there's no way around it, but for example, if you look at Spain or the United Kingdom or France, they have a very large city compared to like we do for Portugal, but these large cities become very productive economically, and they push the whole national GDP up. So part of the reason Spain's a little richer than us is that Madrid is much larger than Lisbon. Not to say that we should go that way, but that's one way. Here's another thing that's very important. This is another element of urban science, and it's known as the city size distribution. So each nation has cities of different sizes, so Lisbon, Porto, Braga, Funchal, Coimbra, in the order of their size by this measure. This is now data from Urban Audit, which is brought together by the EU, and they've been trying to assemble something that now Joaquim's effort at the OECD is superseding. But this is a measure of functional areas, not just of the municipality. So Lisbon here has about almost 3 million people. But the point is that there's an expectation shown by this line. I'm not going to belabor the point. This would take some explanation. but tells you what is the size of different cities. And so what you see here is Lisbon and Porto are in a relation that's more or less expected to each other, but all other cities are small. So Portugal doesn't have an intermediate system of cities that is functioning at the same level that it could, as it does, for example, in a country like Germany or the United States, where you don't just have dominance by one or two very large cities, but you have a whole national system that allows people to move around the country, to move through their life course. As they're young, they come off into a larger city. As they age, they make a go to a smaller city, and so on. In Portugal, there are some choices that are limited, and this limits the ease of urbanization, but also the general pattern of development. There are fewer pathways. Okay, so with that, I just want to segue into something that's a bit more general, and then finish in about 5 minutes. So this is the problem of human development, and I brought it up as well for two reasons. One, because I'm going to go inside the city and start looking at issues of sustainable development. But the other one, because this effort is also led by another Portuguese called Pedro Conceição, who's at UN Development Program, and he writes with his team the annual UN reports at the national level. But we've been talking, and this has been an interest of mine as well, to bring these measures of human development as something called a Human Development Index to the scale of cities. So this is what I'm showing you here, is that from one of their reports that the large cities in each country tend to have higher human development than their nations. And this is also true for Portugal, even though I don't have the data quite at my fingertips. So this is my city where I live in Chicago. It's a city that's very unequal, has extreme inequality and racial segregation. But it's also a city in the United States, so it's relatively rich. But you can see that there are, by neighborhood, as this would be true of Lisbon, but obviously quantitatively it would be different. There are places where life is as good as the best country in the world, which for this measure is Norway. But there are also places where, at the neighborhood level, the reality of life in these places is really of a nation that's still in developing stages. In this case, it's relevant to compare to China or Mexico, because a lot of the migrants that come to Chicago are from these places. But there are extreme variations, and part of the challenges of cities is to create the conditions going forward in terms of equity, is to create conditions that these separations, these inequalities are not so huge. So I'm just going to go through this relatively quickly. This measures basically life expectancy as a proxy for health, knowledge and educational attainment, and basically income in terms of purchasing parity. Portugal has done well in terms of health, actually. We'll see where we are after COVID. But we've not done so well in terms of either incomes, we saw that picture in a bit, but or education. We have a long way to go in education and science, and partly, as you know, it's not because we haven't made progress, but because the starting point in the 70s was very low. It was atypically low, almost 70 years behind something like Italy or Spain. So you can go through this and you find the patterns that I showed you, that larger cities tend to have higher levels of development, but you can also tell a lot from going to the neighborhood scale. This is data at the neighborhood scale, but I'm just illustrating that when you go to communities, to neighborhoods that have these three quantities where they're more developed, which means a lot of the services of the city and so on are good. You tend to have the most problems of society, where they are health problems. This is teenage pregnancy I'm showing you here. It's an indicator often used in the United States for of poor mental health, many things that you can read there. They kind of go away or they become very low. Whereas in societies with low human development, so this is not just money poverty, it's other aspects of low human development, then these communities have all the problems together. So, so this is what I like to call the Anna Karenina principle of human development, that as you create systemic human development, where education, some decent income, access to knowledge and education, then all the problems go away. Communities do very well. Cities are prosperous. There's less inequality. But in the communities where this doesn't happen, Portugal is still a very unequal country, as you know. But we don't know, to the best of my knowledge in detail, all the dimensions of this inequality. Then it appears like people have all kinds of problems, and every presentation of the problem seems different and seems overwhelming. And so you see how this gets organized by essentially the systemic nature of development, and how the networks of cities basically create the means by which this development is delivered and functions, both at an individual level, but also at a systemic level in terms of how it relates to local and national governments. So with that, I just want to finish with this idea of scales. This is an organizing principle of urban science, is that many things happen at different scales, but these are articulated from the household to the neighborhood, where a lot of quality of life is expressed, to the city, where a lot of economic activity and innovation is expressed, to then the nation and the flows of people between cities and national development. And then, of course, problems of sustainability, which are both national, at all these scales, but also global. So I want to finish with this because this is what cities are now doing. And so this is also what cities in Portugal are doing. So this is a plan for New York City. I'll go through these slides quickly, but the minister mentioned that we're aligning development with Sustainable Development Goals and the UN system. And this is what all cities are doing. In many ways, cities are leading the way to nations, certainly true here in the United States. So a lot of things from carbon neutrality to life expectancy to many measures of development are being measured locally with higher precision and with annual checks so that we're trying to get to objectives in 2030, 2040, 2050. But every year we see how well we're doing, and all the time we're trying to discover the ways in which we can improve them. So this is the kind of policy framework we're in now, and I'd love to see how the science we're developing can enmesh with the processes that we have in Portugal that were mentioned. So I'll just go through these. This is Barcelona. This is just an example. Barcelona has all these objectives. I'm not going to read the slides, but if you spend a little bit of time reading them, they're doing really poorly with homelessness, with equity of various sorts. But if they had been measuring them, they wouldn't know. So this is interesting and important. So we have ways of measuring, but we also have an understanding of processes that allow us to understand what things go together and how they can change and reinforce each other. Okay, that's Lisbon, right? So this is not the best slogan, but there we go. That's the one we have. Lisbon 0, but has many of the same objectives. I don't see quite the same sophistication yet of setting markers that are being measured every year, but I think they're coming. And this, of course, is Porto. It's a bit prettier. They seem to be doing, from what I could find online, something that's more tangible and better documented. But I think both cities are really leading the way in this sense. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, as we've seen, a need for smaller cities to also be becoming good places. There are options for people in Portugal to live in, and they give high quality of life, but also allow the whole system, the whole national system, to function in a way that that leads to greater development along many dimensions. So that's it. Thank you very much. This is where you find me. If you're interested in urban science, which will explain a lot of the patterns I just mentioned very briefly, I have a book out that explains a lot of it. Took me a long time to read, so there it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Luis, for these excellent ideas you presented. I understand fully why your work has been co-awarded a Nobel Prize.
I cannot hear, sorry.
Okay. I was saying that I understand why your work has been co-awarded a Nobel Prize. Okay, never mind. So I'm going to give the floor now, because we've been a bit late, to my colleague.
Ok. Boa tarde. Esta luz aqui mesmo não... Olá, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank FCT. First of all, let's wait until the alarm clock is off. Could you please lower the light so the people in the room can see the slides? I'm talking about the ones at the front, especially the interrogation lights directly on me. Thank you. Excellent. So I'd like to thank FCT the opportunity to participate in this meeting. It has been indeed a long partnership I've had with FCT since FCT financed MA dissertations. My presentation, I hope it's not too boring considering the time of the day, and the title is Mission Retain, know the built environment we had in order to boost sustainable communities. This presentation is based on material based on 2 projects I participated as a researcher, the lead researcher. The project REARC-IB, provisionally called with these terrible acronyms that usually research projects usually take on, build environment knowledge for resilient, sustainable communities, understanding everyday modern architecture and urban design in the Iberian Peninsula, 1939-1985. It's financed by the European Research Council, and it's based in Isqueté. And I have the honor of having a team who works with me, including 4 researchers, Ivone Herrera, Sheila Palomares, Catarina Ruivo, and Diego Souza. And soon we will be having someone else joining us to complete the team, and we will have a total of 6 people in this team. The other projects I mentioned, this 2-in-1, is called the Architecture of Need, Community Facilities in Portugal, 1945-1985. This one is funded by FCT and in University of Évora with partners in Isqueté, University of Lisbon, University of Coimbra, different partners. It's a shorter project, a 3-year project. As partners I have Dulce Freire, Joana Brito, João Paulo Martins, and we also have the honor of having people who work with us, such as 4 researchers, Elis dos Santos, Rita Fernandes, Sofia Diniz, Tânia Rodrigues, and 2 people will be joining us soon. These projects are based on a concern which is not a new concern. This is a quote by Pete Seeger. He was a singer-author from the 60s. He was also an important social activist somewhere, I'm not sure exactly where. And this is a quote that is quite inspiring, and it's applied to buildings. And also on the right, we have another quote by an American architect: "The greenest building is the one you already built." So this is important. If we want sustainable communities, we need to look around before starting to build again. This is a bit counterintuitive. I'm an architect, so I'm naturally inclined to building new things, but at the moment I'm more inclined towards reutilization, and my projects reflect that. This concern, it's not just an academic concern, is a very real concern which is spread in our society. For example, Tolentino Mendonça, a very important contemporary thinker in Portugal, and he reflects on the limits reached in 2020. Everything we have produced is equal to biomass. If we think that in the beginning of the 20th century, the ratio was of 3%, so this advance has been absolutely dramatic and literally heavy, too heavy. So Tolentino Mendonça tells us these are hard times, confusing times, and we should be able to build new living modules with greater sobriety, moderation in consumption, and reducing waste. Otherwise, we will be dooming the future to a dystopia. So this is not something for our grand or great-grandchildren. This is a very real and current concern. So once again, in Portugal, in the Iberian Peninsula, we have economies greatly dependent on construction. We have a somehow perverse relationship with construction. Is usually a panacea for employment crisis, and it's still like this. We have an old construction, an outdated construction based on materials which are 20th century materials, which were already outdated in the 80s, such as bricks and concrete. The projects I work on do not directly deal with new construction ways, but they deal with green buildings which already exist instead of new buildings. This is very inspired on international examples. For example, Belgium is a striking example in implementing new regulation on reusing existing buildings, including planning new construction, thinking about reusing elements of construction, not necessarily materials, but elements such as walls and so on for new buildings, reusing old buildings at the end of their life cycle. So the numbers are shocking, truly shocking and very depressing. And even if we are very cautious about these numbers, so we often have these buzz phrases using catastrophic figures. While you're reading this sentence, 19,000 concrete toilets have been used. So I don't want to sound too catastrophic. So after water, concrete is the most used substance on Earth. So this is rather concerning. Water is something we drink and use in many activities. So we would never think that concrete would be so widely used. If concrete were a country, it would be the third largest carbon dioxide emitter in the world, only surpassed by China and the US. It still represents almost 1/10 of the world's industrial water use. So 1/10 of the water in the world goes into civil construction. So the built environment demands almost half of the world's extracted materials. And over the next 40 years, the world is expected to build 230 billion square meters in new construction. This is an example of what might be happening and what is already happening. This is the same as adding a city the size of Paris every week. I know it sounds a bit doubtful, but that's the truth. The numbers are there, and they give us an idea and serious food for thought. More and more, we have become alert to the need to repair, trying to repair. Of course, the industry and the trade are not inclined to do so, so we need appropriate legislation to enforce that and encourage that. And we can see that a country like Portugal kept acting the way they do, resources will soon end. The point I'm trying to make is that we have to learn how to use less concrete, and this involves designing new types of structures, but also we need to do that appropriately and wisely, use the huge amount of buildings that 8 decades of uninterrupted development have left. I'm, of course, talking about the perspective of the so-called developed world. I'm talking about countries that look back and can think critically at the buildings they have. And then they have a lot of buildings that have never been used or are in bad state. This is a very concrete and real and current question. The reusing buildings and also the delocalization of buildings. So, for example, this dinosaur of Caixa Geral de Depósitos to Campo Pequeno, or also an old example of reusing a building which was initially built to be a hotel. This one I'm showing in Campo de Ourique, where the presidency of the Ministers' Council. This is a tradition that started in Portugal in the 19th century and is still underway. When we're thinking of reuse in architecture, and now I'm talking about architecture, which is my background, there is often the tendency for this fashion of reusing industrial elements such as containers. People like this, and when we look at magazines, this is what we often see nowadays. What I'm talking about in the projects I'm bringing you today are different things. I'm talking about reusing very solid buildings, not necessarily industrial, and not necessarily prefabricated, and not necessarily en vogue, stylistically speaking. I'm talking about some formally charged buildings. So, for example, a former jail, or buildings simply used for administrative purposes, very sober, or semi-industrial buildings such as this garage, which are underused or simply locked, waiting for something to happen. The retain, which is a difficult term to translate, the retain or the maintenance of a building is the most efficient way to manage resources in the scale of recovering buildings and recycling them. At the center of this scheme, I didn't do this myself, but it comes from the London plan in 2021. At the center, at the very core, we have the concept of retain. This is the best that could happen environmentally speaking, and we should make an effort to reuse, restructure, refunctionalize while maintaining its structure. Architects are now starting to be awakened to these issues, especially to the consensus on saving, the huge investment on material resources, which is very present in buildings which are now 40, 50, 60 years old, are now very important and should be used before we even consider about demolishing them and replacing them with new construction. I apologize, some of my slides are in Portuguese, some of them are in English. This is somehow the way my mind works. We need to account for these buildings which are out of the typical categories catalogued in history of art. We're not talking about an aesthetical assessment. We need to suspend these valuing categories. We don't need to categorize them according to being innovative, avant-garde. The important thing is to use whatever is at our disposal. We have many, many resources, many buildings, and we should look at the whole of these buildings, suspending any aesthetical considerations. So three key ideas. First of all, the sustainable built environment, retaining and reusing before new rebuilding, and the extension of the use life of buildings and ensembles. So prolonging the lifetime of buildings instead of cutting them and interrupting the life of these buildings to move to something new. Contributing to resilient communities in the sense that through well-informed communities, we might have sustained participation and engagement in managing this heritage of this built environment through environment management actions. Thirdly, this is also a very selfish perspective. Architecturally speaking, architecture has lost a lot of relevance, much of the relationship it had with society, and it's very important for architects to regain that link in the sense of architecture being at the service. Architecture should be, again, close to daily life, more socially relevant, closer to everyday life, more complete. it can't be complete unless it is close to communities. The main issue of these projects, it's the $1 million question: how can architecture and urban history be put at the service of more sustainable and resilient communities? How can we translate, transmit, and build knowledge about this heritage, counting with the participation of communities so that they might use it to maintain and preserve this heritage? So the projects aim to reconciliate communities in Spain and Portugal with their proximity architecture, structures, ensembles, and neighborhoods usually excluded from canonical histories that are part of our daily lives. So we intend to make this clear, intelligible, and we will pay special attention to recent construction buildings and buildings of first needs. So, for example, dominant typology for our communities, including healthcare buildings or administrative buildings, recreational buildings, community centers. So these buildings will include supporting reflection measures, developing in parallel scientific knowledge and historical knowledge about architecture and urban space on our daily lives. In order to do so, we will suspend any aesthetical judgments in order to attend to the value, the use value, and the collective benefit. This is the rhetoric, and I apologize if I'm bringing it this way, in such a compressed way, but we don't have much time. These are projects which pay special attention to peripheral communities. So we prioritize what is far from the coast, far from metropolitan areas, or subject to desertification, or recently in processes of recovery, of re-entry, or repopulation in a very specific and targeted way. So we are looking at inland Portugal or in Spain, to remote areas of difficult access, for historically forgotten areas. So we are looking at these buildings, and we are looking at the story, the history of their appropriation, and how users, communities might intervene in them in less arbitrary ways. We want buildings to be reused, to be reappropriated, and be made alive. So we're not talking about museums. We're not talking about recording architecture heritage. We're talking about reappropriation in an informed way about its history, so that interventions are done with more quality and with more civic participation. So we're looking at the neighborhoods like this, for example, emergency neighborhoods, such as those built in the 40s, 50s, and 60s in Portugal, and later on, after the 25th of April. Here, there is an example, neighborhoods under urban pressure, the encroaching of new construction, which surrounds plot lands which are very, very expensive in Portuguese cities, where we still find these building ensembles, and this is where we want to act and have a role in. These are projects which are based on historical and archival sources, which are still left to be explored. We are literally digging them, and we are literally bringing them to daylight and trying to make them available, trying to systematize them. Projects are now starting. We don't have yet products to show, but we have some examples which are coming out of our archives throughout the country. I'm just showing examples from Portugal. Some documents, for example, the type of documents we've been analyzing, the type of information we've been reconstructing. Here we have some examples of work we've been developing on the support that the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation gave in the 60s and 70s to building new things. These are things which were never properly studied. We're also building a database which will be the back office of a new important interface. It will be important because we will aim to communicate with communities. We also aim to have a very real physical presence, but we also want to have this online presence through a high quality database to make this information available to all citizens. I would like to conclude. I know I'm already late, but I would like to thank once again to the organizers, and I'm available to answer to any questions. Here is my email address, and very soon we will also have a website where you might interact with us if you wish. So thank you so much.
Obrigado, Ricardo. Particularmente interessante.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you for your presentations. The three of them were very good. The Egyptian presentation was also very detailed, also discussed by Mr. Betancourt. Is there any question before passing on the floor to Engineer Laura, who is going to close the session? No, because it's really late already. Thank you, Ricardo. Engineer Laura is director of the National Civil Engineering Lab, and she is going to close this session today. Good afternoon. First, I would like to present my greetings to the chairwoman of FCT, Professor Pereira, to congratulate for the 25th anniversary. They really contributed to the scientific community in Portugal. Thank you also for the invitation addressed to me. I'm going to provide you an overview of the engineering of cities, some additional aspects, combination of a world-growing population with a human trend to face needs of infrastructures and environmental problems only when they are already huge, make it urgent to adopt processes and procedures at long term. The growing rate of the population generates natural environment looking for more water, more energy, more waste, the aggravation of the needs of transportation and the increase of exposure to natural danger. Over the last decades, we have seen migration of population into the cities and coastal areas, and they really are subject to natural disasters, threatening the transportation infrastructures and services network, leading to the increase of economic losses. So we realize that most of the material losses is the result of the construction in land of high risk, and being essential to invest and do research in the forecast, minimization, recovery of the effects of natural disasters and climate change. Among the basic current challenges of our society include housing for a population in expansion with the need to build new buildings, being crucial decarbonization in order to meet the commitments undertaken towards or to tackle world heating, conservation and recovery of the environment, covering the quality of water and air and the management of waste and the treatment of urban infrastructures, such as we see in many of our cities. These problems require new solutions. They also discuss three themes under research in our lab in order to tackle these challenges: the circular economy and sustainability in construction, new trends for infrastructures of management of water in urban means, and integrated urban means. about the first subject, if we think that 10% of what we extract from the planet is a useful product and the remaining is waste, it's urgent to have a sustainable management, minimizing exploration of natural resources and use of toxic material. The high consumption requires better efficiency of use through actions that will lead to retention of materials for longer in the economy. The main changes in the buildings between correspond to the decrease of waste or emissions of the energy consumed, and from this point of view, they have accounted for a gain in terms of the planet, but there is an increase of about 10% of the gross area of buildings, increasing the resources. Therefore, it is important to promote a better construction, decrease new constructions, to privilege modular, light, prefabricated units in order for people to be able to carry them from one place to the other, to prolong the life of buildings, and to use secondary renewable materials. For that purpose, the measurement concept is replaced by the concept of controlled deconstruction of buildings when necessary in order to reduce the amount of waste, increase its reuse and recycling of materials and rehabilitation, generate stocks of secondary material of high value adequate to reuse and recycling, to separate materials that have dangerous hazardous material, to prevent contamination of materials to be incorporated, to increase the quality of the recovery resources, and to present solutions that will lead to the close of the cycle of recovered materials. We contribute to a important number of sustainable development goals. The second theme is the management of water in urban areas. They provide good well-being and also development of socioeconomic activities. They are essentially buried. They have high heritage value and duration rates higher than the rehabilitation ones. It's also a problem to also have a future vision. Due to the existence of a strong dependence between water and land, its operation is affected by floods, obstruction, non-treated discharges, erosions, and landslides. However, climate change can produce significant effects, additional effects, both in terms of availability of water, reducing the amount of water annually and seasonally, increasing the risks to the water supply, increasing the risk of floods, and changing operation conditions requiring complementary treatment. And both in environmental and economic terms, it becomes very important to approach. In order to overcome these problems, a number of solutions to manage superficial discharge and to retain, in order to decrease discharge and to increase penetration in the soil. Alternative sources for irrigation, namely by the use of wastewater. The aim is also to reduce the risk of infrastructures, increasing resilience, and reducing exposure to external risks. It's a change of paradigm in which we will give space to water in the city to circulate, and we promote the circulation of the cycle of water as it has been happening in some countries. The third theme is related to the adapted intergenerational housing program at controlled costs, aiming to contribute to a housing answer, because there are many aged people who live alone or in small households with several and different cultural features. There is a need to intervene and change the shape of buildings marked by different operational characteristics, making available, and also to develop participative processes involving them in the daily life. So the aim is to bring more people to the city, the elderly contributing to the individual vitality. And for young people, the result is to provide a platform to submit and introduce the urban world. In the context of the circular economy, it's important to recycle materials and to rehabilitate, which are an opportunity to apply risk reduction measures, allowing us to control and act in the buildings, which can also accommodate weak and fragile people with solutions that can also meet other housing needs, contributing to the regeneration of our cities, reinforcing the quality of life of citizens. Thank you very much.
Agradeço a todos a
Thank you very much for your attendance during the second day, and we will come back tomorrow for a day dedicated to oceans and cancer. Thank you.